This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. When you visit the doctor, you probably hand over your insurance, your ID, and contact details. It's just one of the many places that has your personal info. And if any of them accidentally expose it, you could be at risk for identity theft. LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second. If you become a victim, they'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year at lifelock.com/podcast. Terms apply.
This is Talking With, Brian Lamb's conversation with historian Harold Holzer. More in a moment.
Harold Holzer, I've seen many people ask you about when it all started, meaning your relationship with Abraham Lincoln, and you always say the fifth grade. And that's about all we ever learn. I want you to go through some detail about that fifth grade experience. Where was it? Who was your teacher? What kind of a difference did that make?
I was in a very small classroom setting in a kind of experimental elementary school, part of a junior high school in northeastern Queens, the easternmost suburb that's part of New York City. Brand new school. And we had a great teacher named Henrietta E. Janke, Janke. A lot of the kids didn't like her. She was tough, but she was inspiring, very creative. I loved her. So one day, she came in with literally a hat full of folded up pieces of paper. Each, she told us, contained the name of a historical figure. Our job was to line up and, without looking or fumbling through the hat, pick a name, see who we picked, then go up in our junior high school library and its open shelves, find a book in the biography section, 973.6, I think, still remember the Dewey Decimal Code, read the book and write a composition, she said. That's what they called little creative essays in those days. And I lined up and picked Abraham Lincoln. I promise I didn't peek. Somebody was guiding my hand, or something, or some being, or higher being. I picked Lincoln, and I went upstairs at the assigned time and found a book called The Lincoln Nobody Knows by Richard Nelson Current. I read it, and I was just hooked, transfixed, hypnotized, and I was off to the races. But it helped that it occurred when it did. I think that was part of it.
When you then got the Current Award years later, what impact did that have on you? Or was that Current Award your creation in the first place?
It was my creation in the first place, as you well know, because you won the second Current Award. I just won an honorary Current Award because it would be awkward, even for me, to give myself an award. So Frank Williams, my partner in founding the Lincoln Forum years and years ago, 30 years ago, which gives the award, decided that one day we would give it to each other as an honorary award, which we did over the years. He wasn't alive, sadly, when I got the honorary Current, but he lived to be 100. I think all Lincoln scholars should live to be 100. That's why I picked the name, I think.
Back to the fifth grade, what was the next step after that continued your interest in Lincoln?
As I mentioned, it was the time played a huge role in it. First of all, kids were had been or became, not sure of, or had been, I think, quite involved in the presidential election of 1960. Just seemed to get everybody excited. And my classmate Robert Adams and I were respectively the chief 11-year-old spokespeople for John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon, respectively. Robert was a Nixon supporter, and he wore a big button that said Nixon for president. And I was the Kennedy person. And I wore the same button, but with Kennedy's face on it. And Adams had a little bit more pedigree than I did because he was a direct descendant of John Adams. His father, in fact, was named John Quincy Adams, and he was on I've Got a Secret, along with 34 other men who were direct descendants of American presidents. Oh, no, who had the same names as American presidents. Pretty exciting thing in Little Neck, Queens, when John Quincy Adams, our neighbor, was on TV. So that's one thing. The election stirred our feelings, and I think Mrs. Janke made use of it. Study presidents. What other elections have there been? Let's compare it to 1948, just 12 years ago, when Mr. Dewey thought he had defeated Mr. Truman. Let's talk about close elections like that, because we have the closest in the popular vote of, well, I guess I think it was the closest of all time. A few 100,000 votes out of 70 million. But here's the big thing. 1961, the following spring, begins the Civil War centennial, the 100th anniversary, month by month, of all the battles and great events of the Civil War. And I was just hypnotized by that as well. Beginning in April, when we all read and discussed this in school as well, that President Kennedy had learned that the commissioners of the Civil War Centennial Commission were going to open the event in Charleston, South Carolina, where the war had begun 100 years earlier at Fort Sumter, but that the lone black member of the commission had been obliged to stay in a, quote, colored hotel separate from the other commissioners. Kennedy was outraged, intervened, and said, "You're all staying at the naval base. No separate accommodations." And I was pretty excited by that. And then I was excited by the historical recreations by Fort Sumter. And later I learned about all the undercurrents of the Centennial Commission. But it was a great time to watch battle recreations. I mean, for a young boy, did we ever mention slavery as the cause of the war? No. Did anybody ever mention that black troops had fought in the Civil War? No, not that I remember. We talked about the Emancipation Proclamation when it came around in 1963. Anyway, it was very exciting. So I had 5 years of immersion in those anniversary events. And that really, by that time, I was 16 years old, and I was in high school already.
Let me go back. I want to make sure I didn't miss it. When you pull the name out of a hat, but you didn't know what that name was going to be. So if you hadn't pulled out the name Abraham Lincoln, you have not spent your life thinking and writing about him.
I don't know. Certainly would not have caught the bug so quickly, I think. I think the centennial things might have piqued my interest. I mean, I was one of those kids who memorized the presidents in order, backwards, starting with the middle, that kind of thing. I was very interested, but I think the Lincoln story just grabbed me. And from the beginning, I was attracted to the pictures of Lincoln because of their mystery, their scarcity, the story of a kid who at around my age, maybe a little bit older, had actually discovered an unknown Lincoln photograph of Lincoln in his coffin in New York City, my city. He had discovered it in Springfield, Illinois, while interning for someone in the state capitol. He found a print of Lincoln lying in his coffin at New York City Hall. And I said, I know I can do that too. If I look in enough places, I'll find an unknown photograph of Lincoln. I mean, 65 years later, it hasn't happened, but that was exciting to me to know that a kid could make a discovery like that.
And right now, if anybody listening to this wants to see that picture, all they have to do is Google it, and it's there.
And to think it is absolutely easily accessible online, Lincoln in his coffin. And it's so interesting to know that the Secretary of War suppressed the photograph when he learned that a famous photographer named Jeremiah Gurney had risked his life by hanging out on a catwalk inside the top of the interior dome of City Hall to take the picture. He learned about it. He confiscated it. He allegedly destroyed most of the prints, but he kept one. And that one was discovered in the files of John G. Nicolay, Abraham Lincoln's private secretary and later biographer. That's where a fellow named Ron Rietveld, a teenager who's now a retired history professor in California, found that picture. Darn him. No, but we're excited that he found it.
When did you learn that you have a photographic memory?
I don't think I have a photographic memory. If I do, the photo is a little bit overexposed at the moment. I don't think I do. I just, some things I remember if I'm asked a question that triggers. No, but I do have a good memory for 19th century things. I don't have a great memory for where my phone is or why I'm leaving the house at this moment. Where am I going? It changes,
Because there's such a vast difference in the environment that Abraham Lincoln grew up in and yours. Explain to us what it was like growing up in that household of yours in Queens, New York.
Well, we had running water and electricity that separated us. I wouldn't say we had a household whose members were interested in history particularly. My parents were interested in current events. So they watched the news every night. If the news was on at 6:30 in those days or 7, the network news, we were finished with dinner and we were watching Walter Cronkite usually. They voted every election. It was only a block and a half, but it was always their ritual right after dinner. They would go down the block and vote at our school, the same school I went to. It was a very remote area. It's not what you think of as New York City. It was not multi-ethnic. I would say there were 3 ethnic groups in our community. It was almost ex-urban. There were houses. The infamous Long Island Expressway had not been built yet, so there were places to go where we could see animals and frogs and snakes nearby. It's now a department store and a housing development, but 1 or 2 restaurants. So it was pretty remote. But it was fun. It was fun. To leave Brooklyn, which was more urbanized, for this great adventure in the country was exciting. But I'm very lucky that this new school was built. I think it made all the difference because my kindergarten and first grade experiences were in schools with teachers who all looked like Hildegard Withers, the detective, the lady detective in the mystery series of the 1930s. Very austere, long dresses, white frilly blouses, pounding their hands so you repeat the exercises. It was a lot looser and more creative in the new school that opened in 1956. I still occasionally drive by and see the cornerstone, which I remember being installed.
What were Charles, your father, and
Rose,
your mother, Rose, like?
I feel more liberated to talk about them now because the first time you asked me what my mother did, I said she was only a housewife and she she lived many years after that. She was pretty angry that I said only. This is going back 30 years, Brian. So I'm still haunted by this Jewish guilt that I insulted my mother, thanks to you and your provocative questions. So my father had been pretty poor growing up and somehow emerged from the Depression and World War II as a very easygoing fellow. He was a salesman or a business owner for his whole life. People just loved him. He was very funny. He told great stories, and he was a really good athlete, unlike his son. He had golfing trophies. He played semi-pro baseball, and he was in great shape, which stood him well until he got sick. But he wouldn't have survived all of the years of smoking, which he did from the time he was, I think, 12, had he not been basically in sound shape. So everybody loved my dad. And I was the envy of the neighborhood because he could hit fungo pop-ups, sky-high pop-ups that all the kids could fight to field, and he would play with us. So he was great, and very proud of me as I was of him, because he was the most popular guy in the neighborhood, in the synagogue.
How old was he when he died?
He was 84. He died in Florida very suddenly after years of being on the precipice, but in the end, he just died. We had gone to visit them in their Florida winter home. My mom came from a wealthier family, but also a bigger family. She was one of 8, the youngest of 8, and her life was colored, I think, by the fact that all 7 of her brothers and sisters died before they were 50 years old. And she lost each and every one of them as the youngest. And her mother died when she was 11, and her father died 3 weeks before her wedding, ending, well, she still had a brother and a sister left. So she had a kind of a sad life, and yet she was a very social, and she wanted to be a nurse, but her 2 physician brothers, who basically lived at home, they never married, did not think that she should taint her dainty hands with such a demanding profession. So she ended up running her family household, her widowed dad, her 2 brothers, and they babied her, and she was perfectly happy, and met my dad after World War II. So she was 31 when she got married. And my dad, who had been married before, was in his late 30s. So I was kind of late, and very lucky to have them as long as I did, because my mother lived almost to age 100. She was tough. She had a temper, but she was also, she was fun. They were both fun. And still miss them, which I think is normal, I think.
So after your grade school experience with Lincoln, after your 1960 experience with representing John F. Kennedy in the campaign, you went on to high school. And did you take Lincoln with you to high school?
I did. There was a whole new library, a whole bigger library. I was always welcome there until I did an April Fool's edition of the school newspaper in 1964 or 5. Probably 65, because I was an editor then, my last year in high school, in which we did a mock interview with the 2 librarians. They were not amused. I think we had them stealing books or selling them on the side. It was, clearly it was a parody issue, but they were not amused. So, yeah, we had a vast library, lots of new Lincoln books. I also began at that point going to, I always went into Manhattan, starting when I was 12 years old. I would take, from Northeast Queens, I would take a 45-minute bus ride and then a 45-minute subway with my friends to get to New York, whether it was to see a movie or go with my best friend to his father's restaurant on the Upper West Side. His father had a kosher delicatessen. And it only closed about 7 or 8 years ago. It was still on the Upper West Side under new ownership, needless to say. So I would always go to a place called Midtown Magazines, which sold back issues of Life, Time, Look. What I would do is use the high school library and I learned how to do research. And the first research I did was to look up Lincoln covered in the periodical press. And I would find what that Life or Look would do a Lincoln cover and story every February 12th or the Sunday nearest. The Daily News would do a Colorado magazine cover. So I began to go to Midtown magazines and say I would like the February 11th, 1942 issue of Life, which you could buy for 75 cents. And I collected them. And that's how I learned about Lincoln art and photography, because each year these magazines would publish a painting that they thought, or a sculpture that they thought was worth sharing with the public. I mean, just think of that loss or the difference in the culture. Every February, mid-February, there would be every magazine would have a cover on Abraham Lincoln. And then 2 weeks later or a week and a half later, they would have a cover on George Washington. Of course, they became universal American heroes. We didn't deal with the nuances back then. I thought it was kind of nice to have heroes who we thought were unblemished for a while, or we thought for a while were unblemished. But that's how I began my interest in what I now call iconography. The illustrations that accompanied Lincoln's rise and in many ways influenced his rise beyond what people had acknowledged before.
When was the first time you can remember, and in history also, where it turned on Abraham Lincoln? In other words, some of the negatives started coming out.
I think the article that Lerone Bennett published, and I don't know, I can't remember which of the magazines in his magazine and newspaper network published it, but it was called "Was Abraham Lincoln a Honky?" I think it was 1969 or so, and that was the beginning of, reappraisal, reassessment, pushback from Black scholars on the fact that Lincoln had not been among the early abolitionists, focusing on that early failure to be radical enough, and kind of his accomplishments as the person who got emancipation done and actually launched America on the road to ending slavery was put a little bit into the back burner. I would emphasize that Lerone's views were not mainstream. If you think about Dr. King at the Lincoln Memorial in 1963, he started his greatest speech by saying that we're gathered in the shadow of the great president who issued the Emancipation Proclamation, meaning the Lincoln Memorial shadow. And then he went on to say, we are not yet free, we haven't lived up to the promise, but he didn't ascribe the blame to Lincoln, but rather to the loss of Lincoln, which was the original feeling. So there was a certain automatic nature to remembering, reverencing, commemorating, and studying Lincoln. Sure, the New York Times Magazine had a Lincoln story when Herbert Mitgang thought it was worth doing a Lincoln story. And that's still kind of the case. There's no Herbert Mitgang, but there are a few people, even at the New York Times and at the Washington Post, who are still interested in covering stories that are uncovered about Abraham Lincoln without saying, parenthetically, who didn't live up to all our expectations, comma. But it was certainly a different time.
As you know, we did a book at C-SPAN. You're in it, and so are some 50 Lincoln experts. And we do have a chapter with Lerone Bennett from an interview on Booknotes. Just read you a little bit of what he said in that interview. White authors have written about 16,000 books and monographs on Abraham Lincoln. Black authors have written in the last 135 years, maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4. My book is possibly the first full-scale reassessment and study of Abraham Lincoln by a Black writer. I would ask you, and I know you appeared with Lerone Bennett at the Schomburg in New York City, and I wanted to ask you what that felt like, because he's not alive any longer, but he's a rather good orator. But what's your take on why Black authors haven't written very much about Abraham Lincoln?
Well, first of all, I don't think he was quite accurate. First of all, there weren't many Black authors in the 19th century, which Lerone didn't, begin by acknowledging. But there were memoirists. Elizabeth Keckley, who was a seamstress in the Lincoln White House, wrote a book called Behind the Scenes. One can argue that some of it was ghostwritten, but it's her reminiscences, particularly of the domestic life of her employer, Mrs. Lincoln, and the president, are considered authentic and primary sources about their life. There's a book by a man named William Washington, which he wrote early in the 20th century, which contains reminiscences about Lincoln by Black men and women of his time, which has now been republished in an edited version by Modern Press and is considered a primary resource. I mean, so there were a few. John Hope Franklin wrote an important 100th anniversary book on the Emancipation Proclamation, and since then, people like Skip Gates and Edna Medford have written books about Abraham Lincoln and emancipation. I mean, I understand the point he's making, but he's talking about a small pool of memoirists and historians, not because they weren't interested in the subject, but because the whole field was made very difficult for them to enter.
We'll come back to that later, but let's go back to high school, college, the Lincoln interest. What was the next obvious thing in the high school, college era that you could feel that you were really getting interested in doing a lot more than just reading?
You know, I think now that I'm being compelled to ponder this, that I was never quite as encouraged in academic settings after middle school as I was earlier by the aforementioned Mrs. Janke. In other words, I took history courses in high school, of course, they were required. But I don't think anybody really said, you have such a passion for this, you should pursue it. I really didn't fare much better in college. I always try to write about Lincoln and the Civil War for any assignment. So whether it was an English assignment, a speech course where I could talk about Lincoln, I always did that. Not because I didn't have to do as much research. I always did more research, but because it was interesting to me. We actually had a Civil War expert at Queens College, who not only was not particularly encouraging, but was actively discouraging of me. I won't mention his name. I don't think he's alive anymore. But he wrote actually a good book about Reconstruction. And, you know, I didn't have that kind of institutional or academic support, and it almost made me defiant about finding my own path into this field. So while I was still in college, I began writing to these aging titans of the Lincoln field, people like Lewis Warren, the founder of the Lincoln National Life Foundation, who was already 90 at the time. His successor, R. Gerald McMurtry, imagine a guy who got to be head of a foundation that was devoted exclusively to Lincoln. And they were in Fort Wayne, Indiana, a little town in the northeast corner of that state, I will remind you. I wrote to Ruth Randall, the widow of the great Lincoln scholar J.G. Randall. I wrote to Stefan Laurent, the great Hungarian emigre who had kind of founded the idea of Lincoln pictorial studies as a serious scholarly and research activity. And they all wrote back to me. I still have their letters in my files. They all were encouraging. They answered my questions. They sent me autographs. They sent me suggestions. So I was living the Lincoln life outside of the formal setting that I no longer wanted to be, or I was not encouraged to be a part of. But I will add, it wasn't the only thing I was interested in. I really wanted to cover in my life. I had ambitions to be a journalist, to be somehow involved in politics and in the arts. So I wanted to do all of the above. And my job was to find out if I was not going to be in an academic situation for my life, if I was not going to be on a faculty with research funds and live that kind of a life, because I didn't, didn't seem to be for me, then how do I bring my history life into a reasonably remunerative professional life? So that was my goal for the next 50 years, to do that. And so high school was devoted to, getting through high school, meeting my wife to be, being an editor of the school newspaper, and learning how to drive.
As you know, Edith Spiegel Holzer is probably the more popular of the two of you when you travel around the country.
Yes,
She's an extremely well-liked person. I need to ask you about her. Where did you meet her?
In a high school newspaper class. I think in the spring of 1964.
What was the name of the high school?
Bayside High School, which is the universal name for a high school. I think there have been several TV shows that took place. Like Springfield, every sitcom of the 50s, like Father Knows Best, took place in Springfield, USA. So we met in high school and we went to different colleges. So we corresponded. It was very 19th century.
What was she like and why were you attracted to her?
She was very sophisticated, it seemed to me. She did not speak like the other girls from Queens, meaning she did not have a New York City accent. So I thought she had a certain aloofness to her that was very intriguing. I mean, I didn't know that she was born in Europe, so I didn't find out that out until later. I don't even think she knew it, actually. Her parents were not quite honest about her origin story until much later.
Where was she born then?
She was born in a displaced persons camp in post-war Germany. And her father had been an underground fighter, and her mother was an Auschwitz survivor, and who was put in this camp. And her father worked for the United Nations Relief Association after the war, and met this woman there. And eventually, I think in 1951, they came to America.
So high school, in a classroom. She went to what college? You went to what college?
She went to Ohio State. I went to Queens College, which is part of the City University of New York, for which I work now in my late career job. And, we met holidays and summers, and we kind of knew we'd spend our lives together. It's interesting. It was just perfect. She was very witty, and I am reasonably funny. So we had a lot of laughter. And we got married pretty young. We were 22. 22.
How many children?
We have 2 girls. I don't have to say their ages, do I? They're up there. And each of them has a son. My older daughter's son is 17, and he goes to high school. And my younger daughter has a son who's 5, and he's in kindergarten. So it's nice disparity. And the 2 of them play chess together, which is cute. A game I've never understood or much less mastered. So
you mean the 17-year-old and the 5-year-old?
Yes,
chess? Yeah.
They play chess.
Well, we've talked a bit in the past about Charles. I would first ask, was he named after his grandfather?
Yes.
And he already has a career. Tell us about it.
He does have a career. He's had it since he was 12. During the lockdown, he's always loved going to Broadway plays and shows. My daughter took him at the age of 2 or 3. And he just developed the kind of passion for the theater that I developed at an early age for Lincoln. It's all he cares about. I mean, he does great in school and he cares about everything, but that's his life. And he started a podcast before you started your podcast, I might add, Brian. And I think he's done 260 interviews with Broadway luminaries and rising stars they've included people like Carol Burnett and Ed Asner and Cheetah Rivera and Joel Grey, older directors, and Lin-Manuel Miranda was a good get he had recently. They both go to the same high school, or Lynn went to that high school. So it's every week, and he's got thousands of followers. And he also got mentored by some, wonderful Broadway publicists and historians. So he's already written a chapter in a book. He's written magazine articles, and he became last year a member of the drama desk, the youngest in its history, which means he not only gets a pair of tickets to every on and off Broadway production, but he votes at the end of the year on awards. So he's powerful and feared in a way I've never been. And he's lovely. He's the sweetest guy, and very proud of him.
What impact have you had on him during his early years that might have led to some of what he's doing?
It's an interesting question. My daughter sees a lot of me in him, although she obviously didn't know me when I was 17. She sees, it's not an obsessiveness, but it's this kind of passionate interest and drive, whether it's collecting things or material things related to the specialty or information. She thinks that he knows how to put himself forward and get invited to the right events. And so she sees that kind of drive in him that reminds her of me. It's very flattering but he's also very much like his dad, who's a well-known writer and newspaper editor and public speaker. So
and his name is
Adam Kirsch, who was an editor of the arts section at the Wall Street Journal and writes books. And there's a critic as well, writes reviews. So he's got both of us in him, I think.
But how did Charles, your grandson, figure out that these people would answer his call and let him interview them?
I don't know. He had a few that he could draw on from the beginning, and he understood that if you say, I've already interviewed X, Y, and Z, you could go back to letter A and B, I guess. He knows how to do it. I mean, he's had some turn downs, very few, interestingly. I mean, he worked at Carol Burnett or her people, for years. He has a way of getting emails out of people. So I think after years of, he never asked me to get in touch with Lin-Manuel Miranda, who I know his dad pretty well. I could have, but he didn't want me to. He wanted to do it on his own, and he did it. He finally reached him, and he said, of course.
If somebody wants to listen to Charles's podcast, how do they find it?
It's called Backstage Babble, Babble. And I think that's all you need to Google, and you can hook into it. And then you've got 250 90-minute shows to occupy your holiday season.
When you got married to Edith, was she interested at all in Abraham Lincoln?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, she's certainly read and edited and helped me with every book I've ever done, and encouraged me. And she always has gone with me on research trips. Well, not every research trip in the beginning, 40 years ago, but since we ended the partnership that I began book writing with, there were three of us who used to write books together and do research trips together. Someone's mother called us the Nairobi Trio. I don't know if you remember the Nairobi Trio. There were three, the Ernie Kovacs show. The late and lamented Ernie Kovacs had a recurring skit, where there were three men playing drums in a band. They would play the same tune. They were wearing ape masks and derbies. And at the end of the segment, the person who had the drumsticks would turn to the other one and hit him on the head with the drumsticks. That was the whole skit. And it was the same every week. So that was the Nairobi Trio. That was what we were dubbed. But after that partnership ended, Edith has been with me on all the research trips and at the Lincoln Forum, which I know you'll want to talk about later. So yeah, I wouldn't say she reads Lincoln books other than mine. I'm happy somebody reads mine. You and she are the only ones I'm sure about.
Go back though to the three of you. Who were the three of you? Who was?
So I had always wanted to write a book about Lincoln print portraits, how they were conveyed to the American people, not so much the stark image in early photographs, which was a little too realistic to help Lincoln promote himself, but a rather more flattering and romanticized version, some of them with word captions and word balloons. And I wrote a manuscript that was decent. It had a ponderous title, Of the People, by the People, for the People, Abraham Lincoln in Popular Prints. And it didn't get anywhere. I mean, I don't even know if I really pitched it to anyone. But I was discussing it one day with two of my closest friends in the field. And they said, that sounds fascinating. I said, why don't you write parts of it with me? Why don't we redo this? Anyway, that's how it started. It's just a question. And also, I've always enjoyed working with others, so I enjoyed the partnerships. So the two others were Mark Neely, since retired, who was the director of the Lincoln Museum in Fort Wayne, Indiana, which was the successor to the Lincoln National Life Foundation. So he was the man with all the prints. I collected them, but he had a museum filled with every print of Abraham Lincoln that you'd ever want to see, and a museum with a gallery. And he had one other thing that none of us had. He had a word processor and a secretary. We didn't have computers. We didn't have ways to do anything but type on, and use correct type and liquid paper and all that other messy stuff. But he was also very, very, very smart. And he had written a book called The Abraham Lincoln Encyclopedia, which I thought was terrific, in 82 or so. So he came aboard and he said, when we finish this book, we'll do an exhibition of these prints. And I said, why don't we travel them? Where would we travel? Well, the next partner to come in was Gabor Boritt, B-O-R-I-T-T, who was a professor of history who had just arrived at Gettysburg College from Memphis State University, a Hungarian-born refugee who had made himself into a Lincoln scholar because to him he represented American opportunity, and he was a hero to him. And that's how the Nairobi Trio was born. Gabor said, well, I bring my perspective and we'll have the exhibition at Gettysburg College after it's finished in Fort Wayne. So that's how we built this proposal. And it was Gabor who got the book to the attention of Charles Scribner's sons. And that's who published it. So 40 years ago, right around now, The Lincoln Image, as it was brilliantly retitled by our editor, which we're lucky about because it spawned all these sequels with the word image in it. It came out in 1984, and we had the exhibition, and we were off to the races. And then together we did the Confederate, changing the Lincoln image, which was kind of what we learned since the book came out, the Confederate image and the Union image.
So go back. We need to catch up. Go back at what year did you graduate from Queens College?
69.
So the first book you put out was 1984. What was your life like between 69 and 84?
Well, I got my first job. I did not go to graduate school. I had been ill in my junior and beginning of my senior year in college, and I just wanted to get out of there and do things because I was rather fatalistic about my staying power. And very luckily, my beloved first cousin was best friends with Eleanor Roosevelt's granddaughter, whose husband owned a weekly newspaper in Manhattan. And with no particular qualifications, and with a wise-ass introduction letter, which I can't believe I wrote, I got the job, and I worked for these three incredibly hard-boiled, editors right out of Central Casting. Rolled up sleeves, short ties that didn't quite cover, whiskey bellies, bottles in the drawer. I mean, one guy was Lou Grant personified. Very tough. First piece I wrote, he cut down to like a long paragraph to teach me a lesson after I'd been reporting for a week on this hospital story. The other guy was an African-American editor who had been through the mill in his career and had been, really struggled against prejudice to get where he was. He had been the editor of Black Enterprise magazine, if you remember that. His name was Pat Patterson. And the third editor was a sweetheart of a Southern guy, typical, like a Southern mentor type editor, but also very smart, named Don Pride, who I think later became Secretary of State of Florida. He went back south. And that was, it was like a movie. It was like the front page. They were all newspaper types. Problem was that our publisher didn't quite know how to do the publishing side well enough. So we didn't have enough ads. And slowly, the editors began peeling away because they weren't being paid enough, or they weren't being paid. We lost our wonderful spot in the Chrysler building, which I loved because we're on the 61st floor where the gargoyles are. We got to see the Neil Armstrong parade go by. And we moved to a dumpy spot on top of a supermarket on the west side, which was the better place for us to be in terms of the neighborhood. And the other editors just quit. So suddenly I was the editor and the staff. And I asked if I could hire Edith so we could work at newspapers together as we did in high school. And they said, well, yes, if she also sells ads. So that's how we did it for a year, 2 years. And my boss said to me, you're not going to get a lot of money. I think I was getting $115 a week or something. He said, you're not going to get money, but because you're working with Edith, this is the best time you're ever going to have. And I thought, yeah, right. He had worked on the New York Herald Tribune with his wife, Kate Roosevelt. She was the inquiring photographer, and he was the investigative reporter. And he said that was the best time of my life. And you know what? He was kind of right.
How did it end?
With a whimper. So we just moved shop a couple of times, and he made it a bi-weekly, or really, I guess it's technically a bi-monthly, right? It was semi-weekly. And, we focused on politics. And eventually, as Lincoln said about his only business enterprise, a general store, it just winked out. One day there was no more money to produce it. Oh, the printers wouldn't print it. They would hold the plates hostage until we gave them a check. We finally had to get a printer in Pennsylvania and drive the mock-ups to Pennsylvania. Then we stopped paying them. It was an interesting lesson in how to evade creditors, how to keep something afloat. It was kind of a mission, and it was great fun. I mean, we covered the politics of the West Side and Harlem, and that was where all the anti-war action was and all the reform movements were in the early 70s. And ultimately, I got to cover, or Edith really got to cover, the emergence of Bella Abzug as a political force in the Lower East Side and Greenwich Village, ultimately the West Side too. And after the paper ended and I worked a bit in the mayor's administration, thank goodness for my boss, he got both of his jobs in the mayor's administration. Edith first went to work for John Lindsay for a while, and then I got to work for his successor, Abe Beame, at the same time Edith was working for Abe Beame. But then I got the fateful call from Bella and transitioned, as they say.
What year was that?
1975. So we kicked around with a newspaper for 4.5 years. I was a year and a half in the Department of Public Events for the city, which is like the old city greeter's office. I can't remember the name of the famous city greeter, but I remember everybody. He was very famous in the LaGuardia years. Anyway, the official greeter was Ambassador Angier Biddle Duke, who was Duke family, very elegant and quite charming, kind of buffeted by the clubhouse politics of the Beam years. So in 75, I get a call from Bella's longtime press secretary. She's now has won 2 tough election campaigns for the House and then a 3rd very easy one. She's kind of set for life as a member of Congress. And I get a call from her.
Explain her to those who have never seen her or heard her.
And all too frequently, I meet young students, women at Hunter College, and I say, remember that Bella Abzug went to Hunter College, and when they don't know who she is, they get a primer on her because she is such an important figure in New York political history. Bella was, as I say, a Hunter student, president of her class in 1942. She met Eleanor Roosevelt at Hunter at an event and wore a hat because Eleanor Roosevelt, Bella's mother, told her would wear a hat. You have to wear a hat. And she was a political activist, anti-nuclear bomb, anti-war, women's strike for peace, until she was 50 years old, when she burst onto the scene and said, I'm sick of supporting men and being disappointed in their policies. I'm going to run for Congress. They said, you can't run for Congress. There are men waiting in line for years to try to get this seat. And she said, I'm busting through the line. And she won a primary against an entrenched congressman and then was redistricted out in 72, had to run against a sitting congressman, lost, then he died, then she got the nomination, then she had a contested general, and then she was on the cover of the aforementioned Life magazine. She was widely publicized as a national figure because she was brash, she was big, she always wore the big hats, which made her instantly recognizable. She had a booming voice, she was tough. She fought with her colleagues, but interestingly, along the way, won a grudging, perhaps, respect from people that you wouldn't have thought would deal with her. The chairman of her committee, the Public Works Committee, was a congressman from Texas named Jack Brooks. He took a liking to her. Tip O'Neill took a liking to her. Carl Albert had taken a liking to her. It made her a whip. I'll never forget the picture of Tip O'Neill and Bella posing on the steps of the Capitol, holding a coiled up bullwhip. Each of them gigantic. It looked like something out of a S&M magazine, a preliminary photograph, one of the greats. So she wanted to run for the Senate. Her dream was to run for the Senate. People begged her not to run for the Senate. You couldn't be more famous than you are, they said. Why do it? She said, because I'd go from a staff of 15 to a staff of 75. I could do so much more. And there are no women in the United States Senate, 0 senators. And, she'd had a great slogan for the House. This woman's place is in the House of Representatives. Not so great for the Senate. A stag Senate is a stagnation. Wasn't mine. And she wanted me to become the new press secretary. So against all caution, I thought, I like her. I'd like to become a press secretary. That was one of my dreams, is to be in politics. And so we did it. I did it for 2 years. I was also a Hill staffer for the first year, just doing the political stuff on weekends, and learned a lot about the operations of Congress. She had 2 subcommittees which had staffs, so a lot of investigative stuff on government operations, and that part was fascinating. Got to learn how to use fax machines, which took about 90 seconds for each page.
Where was Lincoln during these times?
So I started writing articles for journals and newspapers in 1973. So I wasn't with Bella yet. I was in the city, which afforded me, time. And I always wrote at home. I mean, I looking back at the way I spent my time, I probably should have spent more time with my kids, but they were always there hanging around. We didn't have a big apartment. The living room was the living room plus my desk and typewriter, the Selectric that banged away with my help. And so I continued writing articles in the 70s, increasingly for more prestigious places. I wrote for Antiques Magazine. I wrote for American Heritage. I wrote for Smithsonian Magazine. And I started giving talks. I gave my first talk at the Lincoln Group of Boston, said about 49 years ago, and that's where I met Judge Frank Williams, who is the head of the Lincoln Group of Boston, which never met in Boston, interestingly. It's more of a New England group.
I met him. He was from Rhode Island.
He was became the Chief Justice of Rhode Island, and we became fast friends. That's where I met Gabor Borit, actually. He was a graduate student at Boston University taking a statistics course, and he came down after my talk. I can't believe I gave a talk on Lincoln sculpture without slides. I held up pictures for 90 people. Tech was never my forte. But so I was active. I just hadn't thought of how to parlay it into books yet. But I was on the lecture circuit.
Let me ask you about writing articles. How did you get an organization say, yeah, I'll take that article? How did it work? Because basically you have a lot of your life been a trained public relations person.
Right. Well, I wasn't, I was writing these pitch letters before I was a trained I'm self-trained. My grandson's taking a course today is his last class at Hunter College. Since he goes to Hunter College High School, he's taking a course in public relations from apparently a very good young instructor who is a specialist in hospital public relations. And he says he's learning a lot. Doesn't want to tell me what he's learning, but I never took a course in public relations. I went to Bella Abzug's office and she said, write these press releases. Fortunately, she had her lifetime best friend was her speechwriter, and she told me what was expected. I saw other press releases. I began calling up journalists and making dates to meet them and calling them with stories and pitching stories. So I taught myself how to be a public relations person or a press secretary. But in terms of how it's an interesting question. I wrote letters. I wrote to the editor of Antiques Magazine, a wonderful man named Wendell Garrett. And I said, I have an idea for a piece. And he asked me to come to his office on 5th Avenue and 43rd Street in a building that had a name, the Fred C. French Building, which had gold. I'm sure you've seen it, Brian, but you may not have the name anymore. And he said, okay, you can do that. I think, we don't pay much. We only pay $150, and you have to get the illustrations. But, by then I knew someone who owned a museum or ran a museum. And it was all pitch letters. I didn't have an agent until I started writing books for commercial purposes. My first agent was in 1990.
Along the way, how did it kick in at any point saying, I can make money off of this?
Yeah. Because I also got paid for giving speeches. The numbers were tiny, but it didn't take that much. I have calculated that we sent our daughters to college exclusively from freelance money.
How would you get speaking engagements?
I would hear about conferences that were being organized, and I would write proposals for talks, but there was also a kind of a circuit, a vaudeville circuit, if you will. The Civil War Roundtable movement was very vibrant in those days. It had been founded in Chicago by the famous bookseller Ralph Newman, who was bookseller and appraiser to the stars and to President Nixon and to Carl Sandburg, and he was the star of the field. He organized this movement where a group would meet in Chicago every month and hear a speaker. And it spread around the country really rapidly. And there was a group in New York, there was Civil War roundtables, and then a Lincoln group movement had actually started in Jersey City the week of Lincoln's assassination. That was a little slower to take hold, but eventually Lincoln groups, some of which met every quarter, like the Lincoln group of New York has for almost 50 years. Some met Lincoln's birthday. Groups like the Lincoln group of Delaware, the Lincoln Fellowship of Wisconsin, the Lincoln Club of Jersey City, once a year. But Lincoln groups sprung up and, they needed speakers. And I always think I pushed myself on them as a speaker too early, because it's always great to give talks when you have a book you can sign at the end of a talk. But I did it. I'm glad I did it in a way, because it established me as a reasonably entertaining and informative speaker. So I had offers all the time and suggested myself.
This chat we're having is not necessarily chronological, so I'm going to divert at this moment to ask you about speaking. Abraham Lincoln was what kind of a speaker?
He was a well-prepared speaker for his most effective presentations. The record of his extemporaneous speeches suggests that he was not always someone who could syntactically complete the sentence that he had started. That's a little bit hard to accept, along with the idea that he was an enthralling jury speaker, that he enthralled juries at trials, bent them to his will, had a technique. Above all, he was humorous. He was impassioned. He was not a wild gesturer, as his law partner said. He never gestured for effect. He never swatted bees in the air, which was a way they used to talk about people who gestured and waved their arms around. He didn't roam the stage like a caged beast, the way Stephen A. Douglas did. His law partner said, if you put a silver dollar on the floor where Lincoln was standing, after 2 hours, you would find the coin undisturbed, which is a vivid way of saying he didn't pace. But from the manuscripts, we see that he prepared everything. He read. And I admire modern historical speakers who don't use notes. I mean, most of them, I think, are college teachers. They have 45 to 48 minutes in their brain. It's wired that they will stop before the bell rings and people rush out the way they do in the high school movies. But I really keep a manuscript with me when I talk, and I can go off script, but I get back to it eventually. I feel that people have come to hear what I've studied, and particularly at this age, I like to have it in front of me. I can do bullet points and notes too, but Lincoln was very careful about public speaking. The thing that we'll never really understand, I think, unless a microphone blows out somewhere, is that these orators of the 19th century, and of the early 20th century for that matter, spoke without electronic amplification. Lincoln spoke to crowds as large as 20,000 in his day. And yet we have this legend in our heads that he had a high voice that didn't seem to carry. I think Doris Goodwin has it right. He did have a high-pitched voice, but the kind of voice that carried and floated through the crowds, maybe the way Kennedy's did, or But he certainly spoke without microphones. It's just a different breed of politician.
Well, when you study his speaking, and that seems to be often what people do, they write about his speeches. Is there a chance that if 20,000 people were standing there, they couldn't hear him in the back?
Yeah. Oh, I think there was a chance that, I mean, we don't know. But the descriptions of the big Lincoln Douglas debate stops, which we both know well, having, thanks to you, been back at them for anniversary recreations.
No, that's thanks to you, because it was your book that started that whole thing a few thousand years ago.
It was 1,000 years ago, but I'll never forget any of it. It was great. We know from descriptions that on the fringes of those crowds, there were people having fist fights, throwing things at each other, eating, chatting. And then there's an inner core of people who were straining to listen. They didn't have chairs, but there was no other group activity in the countryside in the mid-19th century. There was no organized sports. I don't think Taylor Swift had begun her tour yet. So, there was a county fair, a state fair once a year if you lived in the right county. Lincoln ultimately did, interestingly. And there was church. Otherwise, there were no gatherings. So when a debate was announced, or really not just the Lincoln Douglas debates, but any big political speech, crowds came. This was better than staying home in a dark house with no streetlights outside. So these events were big, and not everyone came to absorb the politics. They came because their neighbors were there and they could drink and eat. But a lot of people heard. Look, and I know you have visited the Illinois state capitol, the legislative chamber. Think of Lincoln even reaching the 300 people in that room with his House Divided address. Lincoln spoke very slowly, as he once instructed someone to read his words, very slowly. Not just because he spoke very slowly, but because he needed to take deep breaths and project. When Sam Waterston, the actor, at my request, recreated the Cooper Union Address in 2005 on the site of the Cooper Union Address, we both read that it had taken Lincoln 90 minutes to 2 hours to do that speech. And Sam Waterston did it, and he read it slowly in 60 minutes. And he said, maybe I should try it without amplification. And everyone said, no, don't do it. Don't yell because C-SPAN is here. They need to pick it up in normal, what people expect. So it's a whole different oratorical style. It requires great lungs on the part of the speaker and great patience and endurance on the part of the audience.
Go back to your own style. When somebody asks you to make a speech, what are the steps you take before you get to the podium?
Well, leaving out the choice of topic. So I've given 30 speeches in the last year on Lincoln and immigration, which is the subject of the book I brought out in last February, 2024. And I wrote, what did I want to say in the speech? That Lincoln, I developed that. I'd already written the book, but I developed a central theme, which is that Lincoln, like many of the early Whig party members, were suspicious of immigrants, particularly Irish Catholics, that Lincoln learned that they could be advantageous, that he particularly admired Germans because they supported anti-slavery politicians, but that ultimately, as commander-in-chief of the Union Army, he recognized that the war could not be won, the Union could not be preserved, unless you recruited foreign-born soldiers, non-citizens included, who were willing to fight for the salary of a soldier, for the extra bounty, or because they loved America, as he learned. And so his army became a foreign legion. 40% spoke with a foreign accent, which is a huge, huge number. So that was my central. And then I was would always end with Lincoln saying in a speech that foreigners whom he saw in the audience were as much entitled to American rights as the descendants of the founding fathers, because they're blood of the blood of this country. And I would compare that with those who said or say that immigrants were poisoning the blood of America. So that was my big finish.
So you kind of said this earlier, but what's your sense of how long the audience will pay attention to you?
I think 45 minutes is always the best, with a little bit for questions. You don't want to underperform. You don't want to leave them saying, did I buy dinner for that? And you don't want them to start nodding off. See, gone are the days when I used to do a lot of slideshows, and I would turn on the lights and people would wake up. You can't turn on the lights after dinner if you can help it. But I was just going to say one more thing about the prep. I know it was a boring answer, but as I traveled around the country, I worked so that each talk I gave was localized. And by doing further research work, because my book was about the whole country, I actually found things that I hadn't included in the book. So when I went to Louisville, I started with the Louisville anti-Irish riots of 1855. When I went to New York City, I started with the Union Square rallies after Fort Sumter to get Germans and Irish to join, and told stories about the Irish and German leaders. When I went to California, I talked about California volunteering. So everywhere I go, I try to start with a story about the locals. I started this trek in Washington, D.C. on Lincoln's birthday last year, and probably going to end it in Washington, D.C. in April at the Abraham Lincoln Institute, which is now scheduled to be my swan song on this topic. And where Lincoln said, when he had to do his speaking tour after Cooper Union in New England, his wife asked him how it was going, or even if she didn't ask him, he told her how it was going. He said, if I knew how hard this was, I wouldn't have started. That was just to get sympathy at home. He said, the problem is that I keep giving essentially the same speech to reading audiences who've already seen my Cooper Union speech in print. So I have to deal with that. They've read the book. A lot of the guys who go to and women who go to these events have heard my talks on C-SPAN or in person. So I've got to come up with something new in Washington, both for the reading audience and the hearing audience, and I guess the C-SPAN audience, because C-SPAN covers the Abraham Lincoln Institute. I don't want to botch it up.
I was watching you give a speech, and I can't remember whether it was at the McGowan Theater, at the Archives, or where it was, but there was a fellow, when you got to the questions, stood up. I think his name was John. And at one point you said to him, yeah, John, you asked this last year at this same thing. And this was my answer last year. And it's my answer this year. And eventually you had to tell John, enough. We've had enough of this. How often in this Lincoln world do you find people that, I shouldn't say it this way, think they know more about it than you do and argue with you about a point you're making?
I should have sung the song from 1776. Sit down, John. Sit down, John. You have to talk about a great memory. Well, there are three types of questioners on the road. One is someone who's irritated by something you say and wants to push back and sees some biases in what you say. And, the idea is really to ask questions, not to do, kind of a polemicized statement. The second type of questioner is someone who really has something that you hadn't thought of. And, if anyone ever hears me say that's a really good question, that's because there's a really good question. We had a session at Roosevelt House the night before we are speaking, Brian, and Rachel Maddow, was the interlocutor for her producer, Steve Bannon. And Rachel Maddow is a really good interviewer, although she takes up a lot of the time with the questions. But she got a question that she'd never thought to ask about whether the ABC settling a $15 million libel lawsuit is going to chill criticism in the media in the next 4 years, as we sit here in December of 2024. And she looked up and said, "That's a really good question." And I thought, you really believe that? Okay, now I've dropped Rachel Maddow's name. I can go on. And then there are people who just want to flex, as they used to say when my daughter was in college. They want equal time and they want performance rights. And I have to say, Brian, as much as I feel indebted to C-SPAN, over the years, everywhere I go, I meet people who say, "I've seen you so many years on C-SPAN. It means so much to a historian's career and life on the road." I say, "Are you picking up the tab?" They say, "No, but I have seen you on C-SPAN." There is a difference in questions when C-SPAN is in the room. People introduce themselves. They give their hometown. They tell a little bit about themselves. It's just different. And part of their life on the speaking trail. But I love giving. I don't want to disparage the listeners or the speakers, because I'm kind of a ham. I mean, I know my own vocal limitations, but I love to give talks. And I've done it for 50 years. I hope I can still keep doing it.
A couple of things for people listening. Your Wikipedia site, is it what you want, and can people rely on it?
I do look at it every once in a while, and for 5 or so years after leaving the Metropolitan Museum, I know we haven't gotten to that chronologically, I had a lovely young woman who I'd left on my staff there, who would, if I requested, go in and adjust something that had crept in that was inaccurate. I haven't done it in years, maybe because they haven't changed it for years. I'm always amazed that they know when someone dies.
Quickly.
Amazingly. So last week I lost a friend. You may have seen the obit in the Washington Post, a designer named Lewis Nelson, who had designed the Korean War Memorial. And
the new one?
The new one.
Or the old one?
Well, the wall. So yep. I think it's still there. And the concept of the soul, he didn't sculpt, but he designed the plot, I guess the old one. But he was very involved in the redesign and the refiguring of it recently. And he died very suddenly, 88 years old. And I went on Wikipedia the next morning and he was dead. It's amazing. Where does it come from? Way before the obit.
Part of the reason I was asking you is that all of your books, and I counted them, 56, if that number still holds. It hasn't gone up. And all of your awards are on there, and it just would be important for people to know at least that most of
there's nothing inaccurate that I've ever seen on it. I'm going to get a few awards in a couple of months in New York for the new book, so you've reminded me to add. I guess it's wise. I don't know how a person changes it unless they have an acquaintance who knows how to do that. But
they supposedly won't let you as an individual change it.
Right.
And the second thing they say, and I interviewed Jimmy Wales years ago, is that it has to be in print somewhere.
Okay.
But I'm not sure it's still that way, but it used to have to be in print somewhere to justify the fact that it would go into the site. But
okay.
Getting back to performance, there's also a ton of stuff with you on YouTube, and there are 200 different events that we've covered on C-SPAN that's available to anybody that wants to watch it on our video archive. Do you ever go back and look at yourself?
The only things I've looked at are the White House performance of Lincoln Seen and Heard, the Cooper Union Address, some of the Lincoln Douglas debate stuff where we're sitting in a bus. Sometimes I look at those because the people that I have done it with pass away and I just want to see them again. I mean, it's not just an archive of yourself, it's an archive of colleagues. I more often look at, if I'm going to interview someone, I go to the C-SPAN archives to look at your interviews with them. So, I remember doing that a lot with Caro. You've done so many interviews with Robert Caro. I've gotten or stolen or adapted some good questions from those experiences. I don't go and look at myself unless I want to remember something that I did that I didn't have in print.
You mentioned Robert Caro, and I know you're good friends with him. I thought about this a couple of days ago to ask you. You've done the 56 different books. He's done 5. The first one was 1,200 pages, The Power Broker, and of course the 4 books on Lyndon Johnson. I just wanted to ask you, number one, do you two, when you're together, talk about your different styles, your different approaches?
Yeah, we do. We do. I mean, he gave me wonderful advice when I needed it about a book because someone was writing the same book at the same time. And Bob was sick at the time, and he took time to calm me down, which I'll never forget. So clearly we have totally different approaches to this subject. I haven't worked on one multi-volume life of Lincoln, and he's obviously been working on one for 30 years on LBJ. And but I think he respects, he has a lot of friends who do assorted books. I may be the one colleague friend he has who does one subject, more or less, but just different iterations of the same person. So that gives us a bond. Listen, his way is probably demonstrably better in terms of recognition and awards and fame, but he's sui generis. I mean, there's no one like Bob Caro, and he's still going strong. And as we speak, he has the tension and the uncertainty in New York City is over because Robert and Ina Caro are indeed hosting their famous annual New Year's party, which they have done every year except 2021, forever and ever, and at which one can meet every author, agent, editor, in New York, until they too shuffle off this mortal coil. I sat with a man there once, and I said, "Are you a friend of Bob?" I mean, it's a stupid question. I don't know what my question was. And he said yes, and I said, he said, "May I introduce myself? I'm Jules Pfeiffer." And I said, "Oh my God!" So.
Go back to, there's so many things we'll touch on later, but we'll go back to the agent thing.
Agents.
When did you have what year did you have your first agent, and how did you find her or him?
So I had done the Lincoln Image without an agent because my partner Gabor simply sent it to his contact at Scribner's. And then we did the sequels for the University of North Carolina Press, for which one doesn't, if you make a good proposal to a good university press, and UNC is one of the best, you don't really need agent representation. In 1989, Mario Cuomo came up with the idea of collecting a book on Lincoln's greatest writings at the suggestion of Lech Walesa and the Solidarity movement of Poland as they were emerging from Russian dominance. They had nothing, they said, in their libraries. What would you put in, said Walesa on a visit to Albany. Cuomo said, I put in Lincoln. And Walesa said, well, you have to tell me how to get it because we don't have it. So he came to me and he said, you should run this project. Get your friends to help you. I'll help you raise money for it. I'm not giving you any money from the state. So we raised money from various foundations and put together a great team of scholars, including my former partners, Neely and Borit and Frank Williams and Charles Strozier and Hans Trefus. And it was wonderful. The late Bill Gannap from Harvard. And we put together this team. And it occurred to us, well, we're doing this, and we got a bunch of really distinguished Polish translators, including Czesław Miłosz, the Nobel Prize-winning poet, who translated the Gettysburg Address, we should have put his name on the cover. So someone came to me and said, are you working on an English language version of this? And I said, oh, that's a good idea. So Governor had an agent that he had used for a little project of his, collected his speeches. The agent called me, and I had an agent for this project. And she stayed with me for 25 years.
What was her name?
Her name is Jerry Thoma, Thoma. She worked at first for an agency called Elaine Markson. And then when that agency, when Elaine died, she joined a group called Writers House. So her successors still managed my up to my last book. So that's how we got an agent. And she handled what became Lincoln on Democracy, the book I edited with Mario Cuomo, and then helped develop me into more commercial enterprises with Simon & Schuster and more recently Dutton.
But by the way, I don't know that you want to answer this one, but what is the normal way that agents make their money? Is it a percentage of what you make, and how much is it usually? What level is it usually at?
In the day, when 35 years ago, it was 10%, with all billing going through the agency, so that authors were paid not by publishers, but by agencies who would deduct fees and their percentage. And in more recent years, every agency changed for, I would say, their middle market writers, changed to 15%. Which is what the standard is now. I will wager that authors who sell in the millions have a different kind of a deal. Probably 15% of the first $200,000 royalty and then go rolling back to 10%. I can't believe that people like Ron Chernow or Bob Caro pay 15% on everything. But I don't know.
Of all your books, which one sold the most?
I would say Lincoln on Democracy sold the most because it was published in English, it was published in Polish, it was published in Japanese, Hebrew, and Indonesian. And it has been republished in the United States. It's still ordered as a textbook. And it is reflective of how little faith I had in the project. I have to tell you, we haven't gotten to my going to work for Cuomo yet after Bella, but he was a man of very unimpeachable integrity. And when we were ready to do this project, he said, how long will you think it'll take you? I said, well, look, Lincoln's writings we have. We need to write a major introduction. We need to edit down some of the longer speeches. I need to write a box about each speech. And if we're using 200, that's 200 boxes, each speech and letter. I said, I'm thinking 3-4 months. And he said, well, here's your choice. You can do it on your free time, and then you can get a royalty. I'm going to put my royalty into the New York State International Partnership Program. And I said, what's the alternative? He said, well, you can take a leave, not ibuprofen, a leave of absence. And then if the state is paying you, that's what you're getting, no royalty. So I thought, I'm not going to do this on weekend because I'm actually working on another book on weekends. So I took a 3 or 4 month leave of absence. I worked at home in Rye, New York. And I really enjoyed working at home. I've never done it since without the encumbrances, but that book has sold, a couple of 100,000. And I made the wrong financial deal on that one for sure. Every book I've done on commission has done well, like The Civil War and 50 Objects, meaning you get a fee for the book. You just want to do the project. Aside from that, Lincoln at Cooper Union, I think, sold the most of the books that I just, have done. And that's the one I still get people saying, they're asking me to sign my new book. They say, oh, I really loved Lincoln at Cooper Union. So I have to learn to write shorter books again. There's a great line in Steven Spielberg's Lincoln movie where someone comes up to Daniel Day-Lewis and tells him about what became his final speech. That was a good speech last night, Mr. President. He says, well, I prepared it. I didn't have time to write a shorter speech. I love that line.
Harold, what was the reason you left Bella Abzug?
I left Bella Abzug because she lost the mayoral election, which was our next big campaign after the Senate loss. She lost the Senate in 1976, almost immediately and ill-advisedly went into a campaign for mayor of New York. She lost that at the end of 1977, the summer. And Mario Cuomo and Ed Koch were left to face off in a runoff election. And ostensibly a general election because Cuomo had also secured the nomination of the Liberal Party. So he was at the very least going to run against Koch in the fall as well.
When did you meet Mario Cuomo?
I met him at Cooper Union in a debate that he had with Bella Abzug and the other candidates for mayor that year, Percy Sutton, Herman Badillo, Mayor Beam. It was an unbelievable group. Someone threw a pie at the group from the audience, and Mario Cuomo leaped off the stage and did a flying tackle of the pie throw. And I thought, that's pretty impressive. He's intellectual and he's physically agile, like Lincoln. So I chatted with him in an elevator after that. But the real meeting was at his home in Queens. The publisher who had hired me years earlier, at this point, 8 years earlier for the weekly paper, said, you should go to work for Cuomo now. Bella's lost. You have nowhere to go. I'll drive you over there. So he drove two or three people from the Bella campaign out to his house, and he took me into his private room to talk to. And we just hit it off. And the instant affection and respect on my part. Bella was not happy that I did it on my own without her making arrangements, but I did it. And, I stayed close to Bella. I helped her when she ran for 3 comebacks for the House of Representatives over the years. But I didn't work for Mario for long. I only worked for him for about 9 months. It was a tough situation because while he took me on as a press secretary, he neglected to remove the press secretary who was there because he liked that kind of creative tension. But when I got an offer thereafter to work for public television, I jumped out of there.
What's the total amount of time you worked for Mario Cuomo?
I would say a year, between 77 and 78, and then 8 years between 84 and 92, when I worked for the state administration when he was governor. In between, I worked for WNET, the PBS station in New York. And I did not go back to work for him when he ran for governor, which he asked. So I guess I could have been his press secretary and been Tim Russert somehow.
When you did work for him for those years, those long years, what did you do for him?
So I was a press secretary for his mayoral runoff and general campaign. I just found a press release in my office, my current office, that I hadn't looked at in 40 plus years, because I'm donating some of these press releases to the New York State Library, where I put some of my research papers, most of my research papers. And the press release says, I have to tell Bob Caro this, Robert Moses endorses Mario Cuomo for mayor. I actually wrote that. Well, I didn't have Cuomo saying anything unreasonable. Just called him a master builder.
Bob Moses, the subject of the Power Broker.
Power Broker. None too praiseworthy a portrait either. So, and then in the second round, I was actually a senior public affairs executive with a New York public group called the Urban Development Corporation, which was a public benefit corporation invested with huge powers to take land and build things. So we built things like the Javits Center, the Silver Dome Arena in Rochester, additions to the University of Buffalo, and did economic development zones and stimuli to get us out of the economic difficulties. So, and then, I wrote speeches for Cuomo as well, and we did our Lincoln projects during that period. We did a Lincoln book. He did a speech in Springfield, Illinois, and Gettysburg, and I got to hang out with him and go on the state plane, which went about 75 miles an hour at that time. Wonderful times. He was a mysterious but brilliant, talented, gifted writer. Loved to call on the weekends and talk about Lincoln. What would Lincoln do? What would Lincoln say? And he had gotten involved because his sister gave him a copy of the collected works of Lincoln for his 18th birthday when he got into college.
So what were you doing with Lincoln during those years on your own?
So I had begun writing books when I worked for PBS. That's when I did the Lincoln Image, 1984. And then I left to go to Cuomo. And when I went to him, I'd said to him and with my immediate boss, with whom I'm still close also, that I was going to continue with my Lincoln things. And Cuomo was always encouraging. He never said, you should be thinking about me 24/7. Well, he did, but he said you should find 4 more hours to think about Lincoln. But he was kind of proud of it, I think, in a way. He was like that he had someone on his staff who was also independent scholar and was recognized for his work. And we never clashed about that at all. He came to my book parties in later years and said lovely things always. And we ultimately did another book together when he was an ex-governor. One that I couldn't get my name on, but that's another story.
Well, no, don't just slide by that one. Why couldn't you get your name on it?
I was about to publish 2 books in the same year, one for a university press and one, I think, called Lincoln President-Elect. So it's 09. And I told my editor, the famous Alice Mayhew, now dead, that I was doing something else with Cuomo that was going to be brought out by another publisher. And she kind of went crazy. Said, you can't do that. You can't do that. I'll look it in the contract. You can't do it. University press book is one thing that you're editing, but this is not acceptable. So it was I had, with an introduction co-authored by, and it wasn't on the cover, it was inside. Also a pretty big selling book called Why Lincoln Matters by Mario Cuomo. I don't think I listed as a book, and I should. I should change that on Wikipedia. But it is what it is. So that was my one Cuomo disappointment.
When Alice Mayhew was alive, and I would ask a question of an author about her, you would get nothing but glorious praise and very little insight. And for those who haven't paid attention to the publishing world, she's a huge name. What was she like, and why were people afraid of her?
She was gruff. She was blunt. She was very powerful at Simon & Schuster, at one point the editorial director, as well as an editor of the book she wanted. She was also brilliant in terms of taking encouraging ideas. If you sold her the idea, she was your partner, your best friend. And she always found something major that needed to be changed. This was her magic. Chapter 1 and 2 should be one chapter. Or that ending is the wrong ending, or something. She always had a brilliant idea to make your manuscript better, usually to cut it, which is painful for some people, including me. And she was remarkable as an acquisitions editor. May I share with you the story about how our first project was born?
Sure.
So Alice was the editor of both David Herbert Donald, who I know you've interviewed, and Doris Goodwin, who you've interviewed. And we were giving David Herbert Donald the aforementioned, if people can still remember, Richard Current Award at the Lincoln Forum in Gettysburg. And Doris was the main speaker. She had a new book. So it's got to be I know when it was. It was 2000, because it was the year of the Bush-Gore, November 2000. And Alice came because both of her authors were being honored, and she came with a dear, dear friend of mine named John O'Keefe, who was also Alice's dear friend. John and his partner always went to the opera with Alice. Alice was a huge devotee of the opera. So I had met her a few times socially already, but I never had a professional relationship with her. She was very funny, well-read, and moody. She was tough. Anyway, got to Gettysburg. John O'Keefe changes the table arrangement, so I'm sitting next to Alice. And he says to me, "Don't forget, give her an idea." And I said, "But I don't have an idea." He said, "Think of one between the salad and the main course." So at one point, Alice turns to me and says, "I'm so proud of my Lincoln books. My books about Lincoln speeches mean a lot to me. I have Gary Wills on the Gettysburg Address. I published that. I have Ron White on the second inaugural address. I published that. And now I've just signed Alan Gelzo to write a book about the Emancipation Proclamation." And into my head leapt two potential responses. This is all in the half a tick, right? Half a second. I could have said, the Emancipation is not a speech. Did anyone tell you that? Or I could have said, I have another idea. Happily, for once in my life, I said the right thing. I said, I have another idea. She said, what? I said, Lincoln at Cooper Union. She said, send me a proposal. And that's how it started. And then, we would do a book, we'd publish it, we'd have lunch at Michael's restaurant in New York, where she had a regular table. And she was feared even there because she didn't like her food, she liked the bread, she wanted more butter. They didn't bring her a Diet Coke quickly enough, but whatever. That's where we would hatch out, then what's your next idea? And that worked until it stopped working. But we did 3 books together, and it makes a difference to have someone like Alice Mayhew as your editor, because she's so well respected in the field. It opens the door to reviews, and people know if it's an Alice book, it deserved attention.
Back to Mario Cuomo. Did you ever get crossways with him? And if you did, what was the result of it?
Purgatory. When Lincoln on Democracy came out, we scheduled an event in Albany. All of the people who contributed, so 7 scholars and their spouses, and in some cases their kids, would come up, stay at the Hilton Hotel in Albany. Then we would get on a bus and go to the executive mansion for breakfast with the governor. We had met with him before in New York. You know who gave us places to stay in New York, to meet and stay over? Donald Trump, the Plaza Hotel. In the spirit of ecumenism. Well, he was a Democrat then, I guess. Anyway, went up to Albany. I was hanging around the Capitol. I went into the scheduling office and I said to the scheduling secretary, so we'll be there at 9:00. He said, the governor just called. He's canceling the breakfast. I said, what do you mean he's canceling the breakfast? He said, well, he's canceling it. We don't ask questions. We're just canceling it. So I said, well, I have 15 people, and we're supposed to do a symposium after that. Doesn't that start it off on the wrong foot? He said, that's the story. So I did what any wise guy would do. I called up Mrs. Cuomo, who was always lovely to me, still is. And I said, Matilda, Mario's just canceled the breakfast tomorrow. She said, how could he do that? I said, that's my question. What should I do? I have these 15 people. She said, come over anyway, and he'll stay upstairs if he doesn't want to come down. So we went over, had our breakfast. He did not come down. Then we went to the state library. He did come, made his opening speech, was charming. I tried chatting with him. He would not talk to me. And later in the day, he announced that New York City's budget has collapsed, and he was initiating an austerity program. He did not speak to me for 6 months. I would send him ideas, as I always did, in something called the pouch. Write memos in the morning. It went up to Albany in the afternoon. At night, the pouch would come back, and the next morning, these were confidential things you didn't put on the fax, and there was no email then. Everything was returned with no comment. No comment. Everything was just returned. This went on for months. My boss, who is an Italian Catholic like Cuomo, would come in and say, he was to hold a cigar and say, you still in purgatory today? I said, yes. It would go on. Finally, the governor announced he was going to Japan on an official trip. So putting on my PR cap, I called up Stephen Wiseman, the New York Times correspondent in Tokyo, whom I'd known for years as an Albany reporter and as a City Hall reporter. I said, Steve, governor is coming over. Really? He said, yes, it's going to be a big story. He said, well, I'm really looking forward to seeing him here. Please tell him that I'm looking forward to talking to him. So I wrote a memo, put it in the pouch. Steve Wiseman called, and we talked about your upcoming trip. He's really excited to talk to you there. All of a sudden, I left purgatory. Maybe I wrote something really obvious, like my old friend Stephen Wiseman said. I was out of purgatory, and I replaced his press secretary as the press secretary on the trip. So I got to go to Japan, where we somehow stumbled into his alleged presidential candidacy, which really was never a presidential candidacy, but it all started in Tokyo with an inadvertent comment to an AP reporter. So that's the story. That was the time I was on the outs with him. Now, he had a temper, as Bella did, and there were some rough phone calls for sure over the years. But those were fast in and out crises.
What's the inadvertent comment he made to an AP reporter?
If I ever write a memoir, this is going to be the big story. We rehearsed on the plane. What are we going to say? Every reporter is going to say, are you running for president? Are you running for president? Cuomo said, here's what I'm going to say. I have no plans, and I have no plans to make plans. Whenever they ask, that's what I'm going to say. And stick with the program. That's it. Everywhere we went, are you running for president? I have no plans. I have no plans to make plans. No matter what the crew, the last day, this young woman, half American, half Japanese, AP stringer, comes up to us at the farewell reception and says, Governor, you can run for president. And he said, if you had told me that there would be an earthquake and a typhoon in the 2 days that I've been here, I would have said it's impossible. And he walked away. And the reporter looks at me and says, what did that mean? And I said, I guess it means anything is possible. The next day, newspapers throughout the country, including the New York Times, Cuomo press aide on presidency, anything is possible. I thought his press secretary called me in the morning and said, Are you out of your mind? What the hell did you do? What are you talking about? We had an arrangement. He said, you better show that story to the governor right away. Well, he knocked on the door in his bathrobe. I had a fax machine in my office, in my room. He said, is there a story? I said, yes, Gov. I handed it to him knowing that I might not live to leave that room. He looked at it. He looked at me. He walked to the door, opened it to leave, turned to me and said, not bad. Unplanned, but it created hysteria. We got back, and from October to February, he was the talk of the country. I would not have hired a plane to sit on the tarmac to go to New Hampshire because we had no political infrastructure. We had no plan. But I guess I started it all.
Were you working for him when the plane was on the tarmac?
I was.
For somebody who does not remember that story, please tell it.
His scheduling officer hired a plane to take Cuomo and the reporters to New Hampshire to register and file his candidacy for president at the last possible moment that New Hampshire allowed such filing to be made.
What year?
1991. Maybe it was late. I think it was late 91 as opposed to 92 when the primary was. Plane is there. It's cold. The smoke is pouring out of the plane. I was in New York City. I didn't even go up. I get a call at about 6 a.m. It's the governor. I'd like to read you my announcement for the presidency. I said, oh my God, this is the most exciting morning of my life. He read me a brilliant, brilliant speech about why he's running. I said, Gov, that is just fabulous. It could not be better. Thank you for sharing it with me. He said, well, now I'm going to read you the speech I'm more likely to make. And he read an equally brilliant speech on why he wasn't running for president. And then he said, what do you think? I said, well, it's great, but I'm hoping you'll give the first one. He said, goodbye. And he gave the second one. Some of the others to whom he read the first were so excited that they hung up and then leaked to their press friends, he's in. When I knew he was out, I just didn't tell anybody.
A Lincoln story that you reminded me of telling that the Cuomo story about him staying upstairs wherever when you came to his house for breakfast. And it's one that you've told many times, but when it put it in a context, how in the world could General McClellan not acknowledge Abraham Lincoln in his own home back during the Civil War when he was head of the U.S. Union military?
So the story is that Lincoln and his private secretary went to see McClellan. It's just kind of a breach of protocol, although it's a friendly gesture for sure. If you want to see your general, you summon him or something, but to go to his house and knock on the door is odd. I don't want to sound like a McClellan person here, but the valet said, oh, he's out. At a social event, Lincoln said, instead of saying, tell him I called, please come see me, he said, I'll wait. And they sat in the parlor, and McClellan comes back from his appointment in his full dress uniform. The valet whispers in his ear, President is here. So anyway, yes, most people would go in and say, what an honor. I hope I haven't kept you waiting, sir. McClellan stomps upstairs to his bedroom to change, presumably out of his coat and his sword. And then the valet goes to see where he is, and he says, tell the president I've gone to sleep. I've retired for the night. Insubordinate, rude, beyond belief. But McClellan was convinced that the president and the secretary of the war were conspiring to make him the scapegoat of, inaction that was McClellan's own fault. How he got away with it is that Lincoln was not an egotist. It wasn't all about kissing the ring, as it has sometimes been with presidents since. When they left, awkwardly, and Nicolay was incensed, he turned to the boss and said, Mr. President, I don't know how you can tolerate this. And Lincoln supposedly said, I would hold McClellan's horse if he would bring us victories. It's a total absence of ego. You couldn't get Lincoln's goat that way. So I'm hoping it frustrated McClellan that Lincoln never spoke of it afterwards.
I'm looking at your book that you edited called Lincoln as I Knew Him. And in there is a chapter with the words of George McClellan. And the first one on the page, it was August 16th of 1861. The president is an idiot. Who would he say that kind of stuff to?
Well, it's a little unfair to McClellan, I suppose, that all of his complaints are excerpted from letters he wrote to his wife. His wife and soulmate, Ellen, is the person to whom he vented. Lincoln's an idiot. Lincoln's a gorilla, the original gorilla. He's an ape. He's a baboon. All of these horrendous things. But the truly dangerous things he said that had public consequence were about Lincoln the Emancipator, because McClellan insisted that he had not signed up for a war to end slavery, but merely for one to restore the Union, even though executive policy is not left with the military. That's when he became beyond insubordinate. That's when he became a little bit dangerous. And that's when Lincoln got rid of him finally, for the second and final time.
I like
Yeah, he
one.
vented to his wife.
I like this one. April 8th. It's in your book, 1862. The president very coolly telegraphed me yesterday that he thought I had better break the enemy's lines at once. I was much tempted to reply that he had better come and do it himself.
And Lincoln was tempted to do it himself. After Gettysburg, which was not a McClellan disaster, but a George Meade victory, Lincoln was just hugely disappointed that Meade had not pursued the Confederate Army back into Virginia. He'd let them just escape. And Lincoln vented more than once in that July that he wished he could have gone up and done it himself. He would have done it himself. I mean, he had no military experience for sure, very little. And he taunted McClellan pretty well too. He sent him a telegram. McClellan wrote, "I can't move my army because the horses are fatigued." And Lincoln actually wrote this in a telegram. "Can you please tell me what your horses have done since the Battle of Antietam that would fatigue anything?" That's pretty rough stuff. Others would have resigned just from that.
When did Abraham Lincoln fire him and why?
He fired him after the midterm elections of 1862. He did not want him to be a dissident in the ranks. McClellan was already whispering to people, I could march on Washington. I could take over the government if I wanted to. Lincoln issued, after Antietam, which McClellan kind of won, could have done better, Lincoln issues the Emancipation Proclamation, the preliminary one, which gives 100 days' notice that he will issue a final proclamation unless the rebellious states come back into the Union. If they don't, he's going to confiscate their slaves, even if it takes him years to get to every enslaved person. McClellan doesn't like it, and he makes it clear that he doesn't like it. Lincoln goes up in October to see McClellan. McClellan is, again, we don't know the details of their meeting. It was unrecorded, but it didn't please Lincoln. However, he's got a midterm election coming up in 3 weeks, and he's really worried that the proclamation is going to drive Democrats to break the Republican majorities. And in fact, on election day, Republicans do pretty badly. They lose state houses. They lose the governorship of New York. They lose the legislature in Illinois. It's a pretty big shellacking. And if there had been Southerners in the Senate and House, the Democrats would have taken over there too. As it was, the Republican majority in the House was reduced. And it was a bruising. Okay, Lincoln figures, I've lost, but I kept the Congress. Now I'm getting rid of McClellan because the voters can't punish me for it for another 2 years. And that's when he acted.
Are there McClellan fans in the history world?
No, but George Rabel, who is a historian I respect very much, recently wrote a book, kind of a twin biography and critical assessment of them, in which he gives McClellan a kind of a fairer break than most historians have given him, saying, look, Lincoln was kind of feeling his way as commander-in-chief. And McClellan doesn't get enough credit these days for his brilliant work in reorganizing and re-energizing the army after the defeated Bull Run. And he was a popular commander, and the troops enjoyed drilling and getting in order under his leadership. There's a new biography of Lincoln and Jefferson Davis by Nigel Hamilton, in which Hamilton says Lincoln should actually be held to account more because he took McClellan's guff for as long as he did. So I don't think there's anyone who says McClellan was really an underappreciated field commander.
Why did General McClellan think he could beat Abraham Lincoln in the 1864 election?
He thought he could beat him on the issue of changing the war to a war on emancipation, and on the issue of he supposedly didn't need me to win this war, and it's been nearly 2 years since he dismissed me from the service. He's had a succession of replacements from Burnside to Hooker to Meade and now Grant, and we're losing more people in the field than ever. The casualties are staggering in the spring of '64. Now, McClellan didn't say all these things because presidential candidates didn't campaign in those days. They stayed home, and the political organizations whom they represented did the campaigning for them in broadsides and rallies. But that's the tone of the campaign. Also, the third leg of the tripod is that Lincoln had abrogated the Constitution. He had cracked down on the press. He had democratic press, and he had resorted to military tribunals and military justice to punish those who spoke out and exercised free speech to criticize the administration and the war. It was a pretty good campaign. The only problem was that the North started to win battles, and there were no polls in those days, but Lincoln thought at the end of August that he was definitely going to lose. And so did his campaign manager, Henry Raymond, the editor of the New York Times. There's no way you can win. And then 3 days later, a day before McClellan is officially nominated, he wasn't nominated until September 2, I think. The day before, Sherman takes Atlanta. And the next few weeks, the Union wins and Sheridan does well. The Alabama is sunk by the Kearsarge off the coast of France. So it's just a bunch of better news, and Lincoln rides on the crest of that.
So we didn't talk much about your time at WNET in New York. How many years were you there?
6 years.
And your job was?
I was Director of Public Information, which means I was supposed to get feature writers to write about our big productions and our stars and our producers, and critics to come to the screening room because they didn't have, what are they called? Now I've forgotten them. They're so VCRs. They didn't have their own VCRs.
Oh.
We had, everything was on 1-inch tape or 3/4-inch tape. So you had to come to our screening room to see the shows that they were going to write about. So the New York Times and all the other papers' critics came in, and I was actually hired as the number 2 person. The number 1 person, another person with whom I'm still friendly, got into some kerfuffle there and said, "I'm leaving in a year." So she left in a year, and I got the top job. I had fun at that job. I love going to Hollywood twice a year to trot out our shows and stars. I loved going on set. It was not just drama productions and Live from Lincoln Center, which is where I met my friend John O'Keefe. He was the public relations director for Lincoln Center. But it was also the news operation. It's where I got to know Bill Moyers and Robert McNeil and Jim Lehrer and amazing people who were on every night. McNeil and Lehrer, it was an amazing operation.
Who did you work for directly, and what did that person expect of you in that job for 6 years?
I worked for a man named John J. Islam, who was a Newsweek editor, political person, a descendant of John Jay. Anyone you ever hear whose name is John Jay something, that's John Jay Osborne. All those folks are descended from Justice Jay. He was a small, very intense man. And what he expected is that Channel 13 would be spoken of in reverential tones in the press, nothing less than reverential, but also that we would fight the behemoth called PBS. Brian, you know this, but it was not. We were not an affiliate of a network, as I was reminded. Each station was the producer of its own programs. The Boston station had Ken Burns. We had McNeil and Moyers and Lincoln Center and Live from the Met. WIDA had half of McNeil Lehrer. They had, that's the Washington station. They had Lehrer. San Francisco had what it had. So all the big stations produced. As he kept saying, PBS is just a satellite. They're just a satellite. If they schedule a show at 9 o'clock, we're purposely running it at 8 o'clock. We're not doing the core network. It was like that. So we had a bigger mission, which was to destroy the parent company. So,
who was the parent company at that point?
PBS, in a way. And we were all members of PBS. We were not affiliates. We had to remind ourselves. We were member stations. We were producing stations. PBS produced nothing. They just put a schedule together.
So how did you, I know you've done this throughout your life, but how did you get the kind of publicity for WNET that was expected?
I hate to say it because it sounds wrong in principle, but a lot of it is getting to know the editors and the critics, whining and dining them. Does that sound bad today? Hanging out with them. When we filmed some of our shows, particularly the big band shows of the early 80s, filmed at the Roseland Ballroom and places like that, I would get a table to invite the press to come. Feature writers, editors, critics. I always filled the table with the writers for the Daily News and the New York Post and the Newark Star Ledger and the Gannett papers. And that's the way I've always done it, is to be cordial and a good host and to deliver the goods when they needed it, the day before they needed it. And also, if there was an institutional problem, if there was a crisis, and there have always been crises in things, we even had them at Channel 13. We hired a publisher for our broadcast magazine that published pornographic magazines in Germany. So that was a front page New York Times story. So there's a bit of crisis management involved. And my guiding principle as a spokesman for various people and institutions was never lie. Never lie. If you couldn't talk about something, or you'd say, I can't talk about it. If you heard a question that was going to require either a dodge or an outright fabrication, the best answer is, let me consider that and call you back. So I lived by that in that career. And I think the journalists with whom I dealt appreciated it and relied on me. And I didn't betray their trust or betray the requirements of whoever I was working for.
Besides the pornographic story, what other kind of a crisis would you have had back then?
Well, at Channel 13, you mean?
Yes.
There was a crisis about the provenance of a Frank Lloyd Wright house that someone donated to us in pieces to be auctioned off by the Channel 13 annual auction. It was a Usonian house. And it was found in a barn in New England. And I got it on the front page of the Times as this amazing donation that was going to sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars for the benefit of the station. And then some member of the Wright family said, that stack of wood is not yours, it's mine. That was a crisis. And then just the crisis of, there's always a crisis when there is a change in leadership or a pressure on a leader to make way for another leader. And that's happened, a few times in my time, both at 13 and the Metropolitan. So you have to deal with that as well.
So
and there's sort of an ongoing crisis. Cable television was a crisis, a looming crisis. How a show is going to be delivered? How is cable going to change? Should public television be in this so-called thing called cable? Should we find a new way to deliver? Is the schedule necessary? Is a core schedule going to be necessary in 10 years or 20 years? So those are ongoing institutional issues that we had to deal with too.
What did you write about Abraham Lincoln during those 6 years?
I wrote, the Confederate image, the Union image, mine eyes have seen the glory, Dear Mr. Lincoln, I think, letters to the president. And I think technically the Lincoln image came out when I was just as I had gotten to Channel 13 in 1984. Wait, at the end of Channel 13. Now I've got to do the years again. Sorry, just the Lincoln image. Just the Lincoln image. It was 78 to 84. I told you, Brian, I'm better at the 19th century. And I'm just thinking of how long this my professional life has been. So, sorry, just the Lincoln image. And they gave me a book party, which was very nice, right at Channel 13. And right after that, they gave me a goodbye party and a watch.
But along the way, you're becoming a star of your own. And I'll give you an example. You can find these quotes on the books that you've written from the publishers. John Meacham calls you a brilliant historian. Doris Kearns Goodwin says, profoundly meaningful gift from Harold Holzer, and it was a book about Abraham Lincoln. James McPherson, a famous Civil War historian, says you have a golden pen, called it a splendid book. Eric Foner, this is the one that's the strongest, our most prolific chronicler of Abraham Lincoln, with an emphasis on prolific. I can go on, but what's it feel like to have these relatively famous people, in each case, turning the spotlight on you and saying, this is the best?
Well, it's humbling and rewarding. You left out the one that I'm teased the most about, and I don't remember where it came from. I think it was the Chicago Tribune or something. Every once in a while, someone will look back at these clips and introduce me and say, the Chicago Tribune said of Harold Holzer, he's the Muhammad Ali of Lincoln scholars. I don't even know what that means particularly, that I strike back, I rope-a-dope, I don't know. But that one haunted me for a while. It's fabulous. Look, people are very kind. If they're not going to be kind, they don't write endorsements. So in a way, it's kind of a stacked deck. But having friends and colleagues like this is really meaningful, because people like Meacham and they're so gifted and so revered. I mean, Doris and John have both won Pulitzer Prizes. The other thing I have to admit that I think when I read stuff like that or get them is that I just hate it that the blurbs are better written than the book, because they're so good.
So, but this is the whole blurb thing turns out into being somewhat of a contest, either for the publisher or for the author.
Yeah.
And it's sometimes it's circular. I'll see Harold Holzer endorsing a John Meacham.
I do. Whenever I'm asked, unless I say that I really would like to pass on this one, and I don't say it's because I don't like it, I just don't want to read it. It's 700 pages, or I just am really busy. But I really think I owe something back to the historical community after all the generosity I've received. And if a publisher actually thinks it's helpful to have an endorsement from me, I'm honored to provide it. And yeah, it's circular, but it was Alice Mayhew who told me how important it was to have blurbs. They're selling, what did she call them? Selling documents, they sell. And you have to put it here on the cover or right here on the back. Well, Alice, what about I'd like to have an extra illustration on the back cover. No. You need to have 2 blurbs and maybe a third. She was very much into that marketing aspect of it. Now, that was a little bit before the Amazon era took over. But even in Amazon, now it's not just author blurbs and blurbs from reviews, it's reviews. And I'm not thrilled with that atmosphere, I have to tell you. Because if you don't get a lot of reviews and good, perfect reviews, it supposedly hurts sales on Amazon. And I know I have younger colleagues who spend hours calling friends and neighbors and acquaintances and relatives and saying, could you review the book? Just review the book.
You're talking about on Amazon.
On Amazon. So I had one person on Amazon this year who wrote, this book arrived with a torn dust jacket and gave it 1 star, which brings down your average. And, until you get 40 more reviews, you can go from a 4-star book to a 3.5 to a 3. Heaven forbid. I know all this sounds silly, but it's the publishers who are telling you how important it is. So I called my publisher and I said, or the publicist, and I said, look, I got a 1-star review because the cover was ripped in the mail. Can't someone send this woman a free book? Or why don't you tell Amazon that it's not a review of the book? It should be taken down. Oh, no. People want to say there's an omelet stain on page 8 that they can review whatever they want. It's a completely unsupervised and uncensored situation. So I'm not crazy about that.
I want to get you in trouble on this one. I'm going to ask you, and you can name as many as you want, although once you start, you may not want to stop. Who would you tell others are your favorite Lincoln authors? And
so there are two kinds of Lincoln authors. There are authors who write one great book about Lincoln, and there are authors who spend their lifetimes writing about Lincoln. Right? So could I do 2 different categories?
Sure. Who's done the one volume?
I think Doris's book is as good as any 1 volume. John Meacham's is fabulous, and David Herbert Donald's is wonderful. Although I don't agree, and I said this in a review all those years ago, I don't agree with what the book is predicated on, and that Lincoln truly believed his own statement that he didn't control events, events controlled him. In fact, that's what this is a good Alice story. The original title of his book was something like Events Have Controlled Me. And Alice called me up and said, can you help me think of a new title for this book? I said, I don't know. And then she calls back and said, I have a good title, Master of Men. And I said, I don't think that's a great title because it sounds like he's an enslaver. And she hung up. And then she came up with Team of Rivals, I think. I don't know if that's in the public domain, but I think it was Alice Mayhew who thought of that brilliant title, which is in the vocabulary now. It's in the vernacular as a thing that presidents either do or don't do in assembling their teams. They're either bold and self-confident enough to hire rivals, or they hire sycophants and ring kissers. So those are the 1 volumes. Benjamin Thomas wrote a great 1-volume book that just moves beautifully. Yeah.
No, you told me that I think the first interview I ever did with you 30 years ago, if you had to have one volume at that time, it was Benjamin Thomas.
So the reason I would walk that back is one of the reasons I read books about Lincoln. I mean, I don't really need to read another biography at this point, but I read them first to get the pleasure of the approach that a new author has taken, like Meacham. The second is to look at the footnotes. I love to see where the research is. And if I like the sound of a quote, I will find the article in the New York Tribune of, I just did this, June 15th, 1864. So easy to do now online, newspapers.com. And I'll find other things that haven't been used. I will vein the mine or something, or tap the vein. So I love that. The problem with Thomas is that he didn't use footnotes. And this is what, in a way, stood at the root of the huge controversies and personal and professional disagreements that roiled what used to be called the Lincoln fraternity 30 years ago. It was because the late Stephen Oates, who was wrote another good one-volume biography of Lincoln, had used some material in much the same phraseology that Benjamin Thomas had, and didn't source it because Benjamin Thomas didn't source it. So in a way, Thomas was at the root of this issue that still, I mean, you still feel the after effects of it in the kind of lingering animosities between some camps of Lincoln writers and others. Although it's mostly a thing of the past, it still is kind of painful. But that all started. So to anybody who wants to write about Lincoln, find a way to do sourcing and make it very, very accurate. I still find footnotes and quote references that are wrong, because I do go back and look.
You said the two categories. One was the single volume, and the other is the multiple volume. Has anybody put their name on more Lincoln books, separate, different Lincoln books, than you?
I don't think so, but there are people who will. I mean, my much younger friend and vice chairman of the Lincoln Forum, Jonathan White, I think he's 40, so he's 35 years younger than I, has just published his 15th book. He's got two little girls, as I did. He does from everything I've seen of those wonderful girls and his wife, he balances his family life, his teaching life, and his writing life brilliantly. I mean, from what I can tell, judging by his emails, he stays up all night and gets up at the crack of dawn and does it all. He'll write and edit tons of books. So maybe not. Well, there's a guy named William C. Davis, Jack Davis, we call him, he's only written one Lincoln book, but he's written something like 60 books on the Civil War. So he's written more than I.
Did you set out to be the person that's written 56 books?
No.
Almost all of them on Abraham Lincoln?
No, I set out to be the expert on Lincoln iconography. There was a wonderful man named Roger Fisher who wrote a brilliant book on Lincoln images. And we were at a conference together, and he stood up and said, I don't know if you people know me, but I'm the second most famous expert in the country on Lincoln iconography. And he said, the only problem with that, I don't mind that Harold is the first, but there are only two in the whole country. So he was actually very, very good. That's the field I wanted to be in. I wanted to link image making to political results, to the making of American memory and public opinion. That's what if there was one thing I set out to do, it's that. But opportunities to edit books came along, including books based on lectures that were delivered at the Lincoln Forum. There were 4 or 5 of those. I did a series of books with the Lincoln Museum in Fort Wayne. There were 3 or 4 of those. And, I just got wonderful opportunities. Someone comes along and says, will you and Craig Simons put together a book on the best newspaper coverage of the Civil War that ever appeared in the New York Times. This is a project that is being edited at the New York Times. I said, sure. Would you do a book on Lincoln's best speeches with David Herbert Donald for the New York Times and edit them? Yes, of course I'll do a book with David Herbert Donald. So there have been great partnerships along the way, too.
I have a book here, and I don't know when I bought it. It's called A Lincoln, The Lincoln Reader by Paul Engel. And it looks somewhat like some of your books in the sense that he brought together things that had been written or spoken of others. Did you ever, I mean, he lived to be 1975. Did you know him?
I think there may have been one letter, but that's one of the early books I read. After The Lincoln Nobody Knows, which was a series of chapters on kind of everything from what you don't know about the emancipation to Fort Sumter, why did Fort Sumter happen, to the death, I read The Lincoln Reader. Because if you want to read what everything, quick distillation and find other things to read, Paul Engel was great. I think more than a historian, he was a chronicler and assembler of things. I read the early work of Wayne C. Temple, who is one of the early people I wrote to. And as we speak today, he's not doing as great as he has been in recent months, but he is 6 weeks away from his 101st birthday to set the all-time record for Lincoln Scholars. And when I visited him in Springfield in April, he was full of stories. And I think his friends have just put out a book called Thursdays with Doc. So I can plug it for those who want to read about him reminiscing at age 100 about his 65-year career in Lincoln studies.
Again, others you can mention who have done a series of books besides Jonathan White.
Well, Mark Neely, who was one of my writing partners, did a series of very deeply researched, tightly argued books about political culture. I like, and he did a biography of Lincoln ultimately to accompany an exhibition. So I've always liked his works. Those are the ones that occur to me as the people who go back and find new Lincoln books to write about. Most people do 3 or 4, and we have them at the Lincoln Forum whenever they produce a new one. I mean, Michael Burlingame, I will give credit. We're not friends, but he has produced an amazing corpus of work. Not only a 3-volume biography filled with sources that were ignored for generations, but also edited, like me, more than a dozen edited versions of original sources, from a reimagining of the Diary of John Hay, which was in a rather poor edition that everyone cited for generations, to the works of Noah Brooks and William Stoddard and other really essential works that he not only put together for publishing, but annotated and edited very expertly. So I would add Burlingame's works to this. And Alan Gelso is another. He's produced, he has a new book out on Lincoln and Democracy, not Lincoln on Democracy, that's mine, Lincoln and Democracy. But he's written everything from a short biography of Lincoln to excellent books about the Emancipation and the Lincoln-Douglas debates. More recently, a biography of Robert E. Lee and a book about the Battle of Gettysburg, because he spent so many years at Gettysburg. But he's another one who's written multiple books.
For those who have been listening to our conversation and don't quite put the whole thing together as to why we're doing it, it goes back to 1993 when I first interviewed you on Booknotes about your book on the Lincoln-Douglas debates. And you mentioned, I mean, I've been around now for 30 years, and you basically introduced me to Abraham Lincoln, in spite of the fact that I grew up in Indiana, where he lived for 14 years, and we didn't talk about him. But you mentioned the Lincoln fraternity, and I don't know the specifics on it, but I know there was a falling out years ago between the Abraham Lincoln Association, based in Springfield, and you were involved, and then you formed the Lincoln Forum. What's the story on that?
Well, I alluded to it. It was based on the charge by a group of people that Stephen Oates had plagiarized in his book on Lincoln. Later, that charge was expanded to some other books he wrote. These were instances of quotes being inadequately sourced, phrases modified a bit, but sounding like they did in other rather recent books. The leadership of the Abraham Lincoln Association decided to refute these charges and say they amounted to nothing in particular. And so a group of us who were on the board, Frank Williams, Mark Neely, John Y. Simon, James McPherson, and then some others from outside the association, wrote a group letter defending Stephen Oates and saying it was kind of much ado about nothing. It wasn't the appropriation of ideas, it was the accumulation of phrases. And the group that had issued the charge simply widened the search. I think there was a moment when someone borrowed a computer from the National Institute of Health. In those days, computers were big, so lugged it out of the NIH and then did a document search to link phrases from all of Professor Oates's books about Martin Luther King and William Faulkner and Clara Barton and others. And it just kept going on and on. Eventually, there was a vote of confidence at the Abraham Lincoln Association. Frank Williams was not reelected, and about 8 members of the board resigned on that bloody Monday or something. And a few months later, Frank Williams and I and a couple of others, not writers, but enthusiasts, were at a Lincoln conference in North Palm Beach, Florida, sitting in our hotel room saying, we're never going back to Springfield, I guess. We're not wanted there. It's a shame because we loved going there on February 12th. And obviously I've been back several times since on February 12th and go back to do research and did some lectures there in April as well. But we said, why don't we form an East Coast group and hold our own conferences? And let's not do it in February. But, that belongs to Springfield. Let it stay there. Why don't we do it around the Gettysburg Address in November, right before the annual observance of the Gettysburg Address? So we called on my friend Gabor, who was then the Emperor of Gettysburg, and said, what do you think? We'd come on the 16th, 17th, and 18th, and then we'd bring our whole crowd out to the Soldiers' Cemetery to watch the big events of the 19th. And Gabor, who was very good politically, very astute, he said, well, if you have a good speaker on the 18th, may we borrow him or her to bring to the cemetery? And by the way, we did that over the years, John Hope Franklin and others. We said, sure. I mean, we didn't exactly need his permission to come to Gettysburg, but we wanted his encouragement and participation. And we gave him our first Richard Current Award. We gave you our second Richard Current Award. And we began in the Eisenhower Inn. Not bad. Our group didn't like it much because it was too far from town. So we moved it to the one-time Holiday Inn, which was right near the cemetery. And it was pretty noisy, pretty basic. And ultimately, we went from 75 people to 90 to 100 to 130. And we had a threshold decision to make with the Lincoln Forum, which we love doing and hosting and speaking at. And the decision was, there's a new hotel just outside town called the Wyndham. It can accommodate 250 people. Should we move? And there were people who said, no, We like it just the way it is. 100 people walk out to the parade, walk out to the cemetery, but the board ultimately voted in a split decision to move to the Wyndham. So a few weeks ago at our 29th annual meeting, and I counted as 29 consecutive because in 2020 we kept it going on Zoom during the lockdown, and we returned, maybe not well advisedly, but returned in 21. We had 350 people. So there's just this extraordinary growing family of Lincoln Forum people who want to come every year and be immersed for 2.5 days. And then this year, they actually asked me to read the Gettysburg Address at the cemetery. And I told them I was not a great reader or speaker, but they wanted me to do it. And it was very moving because of the new citizen swearing in ceremony. And
how long did it take you?
I didn't look, but I was so worried about the cold. I don't even think I wore a watch. It wasn't cold. I took extra precautions, which the New York Times unfortunately wrote that I was wearing long johns, which is, probably a bit TMI, as they say.
So
it was a great experience. How do we start this? So we formed the Lincoln Forum, and really Frank Williams is a kind of a very gifted, natural-born leader. So he was the chair for 20-something of those years. I was the vice chair. We put programs together, and then Frank retired, and I've been the chair for the last 7, I think, 6 or 7.
He was the Chief Justice of the Rhode Island Supreme Court, and when did he retire?
From the court?
Yeah.
Early 2000s, I believe.
Still,
and, he more recently and more dramatically in a newsworthy way, he donated his enormous collection of Lincolniana to Mississippi State University, basically to what it became with Frank's and my work on it, the home of all places of the Ulysses S. Grant Association. At least Grant's Army conquered Mississippi, so there's some rationale. And now they're building a new library which will house both the Grant papers and collections and the Williams collection of Lincolniana, which is wonderful.
And somewhere in our C-SPAN archives is a visit we made to Frank's house where he had his, what was it, something like 12,000 items? Or
Yeah, well, he had 12,000 in the collection. He didn't keep many of them in the house because, especially after you visited, I think they encased it in bars and locks. He kept a lot of it in storage. But he had, for years, Frank had, collections of printed materials, very rare pamphlets. And if you were lucky enough to get an invitation to his house, and for which he loved to cook, he's quite an Italian chef, you also got to sit in the den and do research.
Who can belong to the Lincoln Forum?
Anybody. It's www.thelincolnforum.org. Membership is something like $25. And if you're a member, you get invited to the annual forum. And this year, we've decided the demand is so hot that we are also going to do our first mid-year forum, practically at the 6-month mark. We're having a Lincoln family symposium at Robert Todd Lincoln's Hildene. I think you visited there, Brian, no?
A couple of times, yeah.
It's
in Vermont.
It's in Manchester, Vermont. The Lincolns didn't want to be remembered, the subsequent generations, for log cabins. They wanted to be remembered for mansions and country homes. And this is a glorious place. It's got a great Lincoln collection and perfect. They've just opened a new visitor center called Lincoln Hall. So the meeting and the speeches are going to be there. We've already secured some good speakers. Jason Emerson, the leading authority on Robert Lincoln, is going to speak. The author of a new biography on Mary is going to speak. Michelle Crowell, who you know, is going to talk about the Robert Lincoln papers at the Library of Congress. I'm going to talk about the Lincoln Family Album, one of the treasures that was discovered at Hildene years ago. So it's going to be fun. And we're going to be at the Equinox Hotel, which is where Mary stayed in 1862 and 3. And if Mary had no complaints, it's going to be just fine.
You probably know what people outside of the Lincoln world think about people who spend all this time with Abraham Lincoln. Excuse me.
I do.
So tell us, why do you spend all this time? I mean, forget, you've done this, it's gotten more and more significant, the kind of things you've covered, but why do 350 people show up to sit for 2.5 days and talk about Abraham Lincoln?
Because, as I try to say every year, if we can explore our past in depth, to coin a phrase that you invented for public use, we can inform our present and rationally and sanely build our future. We're not teaching our kids enough about American history. I don't think they're informed citizens or voters anymore. They don't understand the Constitution. And hopefully 2026 is going to make a difference in reminding people about the founding on the 250th anniversary. But they've just lost interest. And what happens is when people do go into retirement or senior status at their jobs, they feel a need to learn more. And happily, they go to history cruises, they go to destinations, they go to historical societies, they go to historic homes, and they go to conferences. And, in the old days, no one asked us, why would so many people be interested in talking about Lincoln for 2.5 days? And you're right, though, there are people who are cynical about it, but there are also, I don't come across people who say, how do you maintain that focus? I run into people who say, I've always wanted to do that. How do I do it? How can I do it? I love history. I neglected history for too long. I want to be part of the scene. And, we're not the only scene in town. There are people can do this 5 times a year if they find the right conferences.
What would be the difference in belonging to the Abraham Lincoln Association in Springfield and belonging to the Lincoln Forum?
Well, it's definitely not an either or thing. I've always belonged to the Abraham Lincoln Association. So if you belong to the ALA, as we call it, you get the Journal of the Abraham Lincoln Association, which is the best scholarly journal on the topic of Abraham Lincoln. I think it's published twice a year, and it's an important journal for reviews and for cutting edge scholarship on Lincoln. And you get the opportunity, if you're a member, I think even if you're not a member, well, part of it is membership only. You get to go to Springfield on Lincoln's birthday, see a one-morning symposium at the State House where there are speakers, and then you go to a banquet at night and hear a celebrity speaker or a distinguished scholar. So it's kind of a one-day, once-a-year event, but you get the benefit of the scholarly publication. So the forum is, our own kind of retreat. It's 2.5 days. We actually publish a twice-a-year bulletin that's becoming increasingly scholarly, even though it's also got membership news and photographs as well. So it's a different animal. Look, there are people who go to Springfield and then in November they come to the forum. And in between, if they're in the DC area or thereabouts, they go to the Abraham Lincoln Institute, which is a one-day symposium focused on the latest scholarship, which takes place at Ford's Theater. And I mean, the good news is that it's not an either or. If it ever once was an either or, it's no longer an either or. It's a bring them all on, and the more the better. The market will bear it, as just look at the numbers of people who come to these events.
As you look below you in age,
it's an increasingly vast population.
How significant is the interest in the younger crowd? In other words, you find many people like you who started out 5th grade and beyond who are hooked to Abraham Lincoln.
It's very interesting in marketing this kind of thing. I faced this when I was at the Metropolitan Museum as well. Do you work assiduously to convert young people to your enterprise now? Or do you wait it out until they have the means to pay for a conference and the leisure to participate? And most marketing people, I will say, no, you have to do it now. You have to get people involved right now, or when they're 60 or 55, they will have so many other interests, they'll never be reeling back in. I had this fight at the Met. The Met changed its concerts and lectures program, changed its emphasis from focusing on 16 different curatorial areas to being much more emphatic about contemporary art, because they felt the need to compete for younger audiences. Who gives them the most money? Older audiences. Who becomes members? Older audiences. But turning this theory to Lincoln, I revel in the fact that so many people who feel they lack the opportunity and now can enjoy the opportunity come to the forum and do other things and read books and go to roundtables and Lincoln groups and conferences and cruises. So I'm more interested in that. I think it's not the prevailing marketing wisdom. So in answer to your question, do I meet many young people? I mean, I speak to students all the time. We're getting near History Day in America, National History Day. I always get 10 or 15 kids who write to me and say, will you answer my questions? Will you do a video with me? I always say yes. I'm not sure I meet them years later, but maybe I will meet them years later. There's always Ronald Rietveld, the guy I was talking about earlier, who found a Lincoln photograph when he was 15 as an intern and went on to a distinguished career as a history professor in California. There are some of those out there.
What year did you start at the Metropolitan Museum of Art?
1984. Cuomo had, I'm sorry, I'm wrong again. 1992. I wish I could do these. I should have kept a card in front of me. So Cuomo had decided not to run for president. And I got a headhunter call. I'd never gotten a headhunter call in my life. And the headhunter said, who would you recommend to become the head of public affairs at the Metropolitan Museum of Art? And I said, me, which is apparently the right answer, but I didn't know that was a technique. So I went into this endless, highly competitive rounds and rounds of interviews, and I was offered the job. I just hit it off with Philippe de Montebello, the great director of the Met, still going strong, teaching art history at 88 years old, and William Lures, who is now 91. I'll tell you how I got the job. I was in an interview with Mr. Lures, who I had heard was born in Springfield, Illinois. I traced his family. I did the research. The Lincoln children had bought their shoes at the Lures shoe store. So during the interview, I happened to mention, I know you're from Springfield, Ambassador Lures. He said, yes. How did you know that? I said, oh, everybody knows that. But are you related to the Lures family that sold the Lincoln kids their shoes? He slammed the table and said, I can't believe you know that. That's the minute I knew I was going to get the offer. Shameless, right? But I was really interested, and he knew a lot of the ALA people. He had grown up with the Bunn family, who were related to Lincoln's bankers and then made their fortune in the Bunn coffee maker. Do you remember those coffee makers from the offices in the 70s and 80s?
It's even worse. I was in the Navy with a fellow who married a Bunn. So the connections just keep on flowing. Let me ask you this, and we'll talk more about the Metropolitan Museum. But along the way, what was happening to your family? The two girls and Edith. What did Edith do?
Edith retired from her job at the mayor's office when she was too pregnant for the mayor's comfort. She had to interact with the mayor to discuss his speeches. And, this is the 70s.
This
The mayor
Beam?
says, I don't want a pregnant person. It's too uncomfortable for me.
Is this Abe Beam?
Yeah. Well, he was, 4.5 feet tall. So he was staring at my daughter to be, I guess. So she was happy. She's already a little bit overdue. So we had the baby, and she did freelance stuff when the baby was young. And then we had another one 4 years later. And she began taking on public relations clients and eventually was working for a New York State Assembly member. And it was very compatible because he was, it's a terrible thing to say, but he was disabled from polio. So he was not terribly ambulatory and didn't require a press person to run after him. But it was a great arrangement. And he was, we went to Albany. We went to every Christmas Eve. I remember our Christmas Eve events above his funeral parlor in the Bronx. That was always a scene. And then Edith spent 25 years representing the private and religious agencies who do foster care and family services in New York State as their government representative and press officer, and had a great career in that job, even though we both by that time had moved to the suburbs and commuted by train to our jobs.
How interested were your two girls in Abraham Lincoln?
Not terribly. The older daughter was born on February 11th. So for her, Lincoln was always something that interfered with her birthday. Because when she was 3, 4, and 5 years old, we were in Springfield. And she thought every birthday party should be at the restaurant on the top of the Hilton Hotel in Springfield. She thought that was a birthday party. So it was kind of a drag. And she's more a poet and a writer. My younger daughter was more interested. She's a lawyer, and now she's a law professor. And she was just enjoyed the social aspect of the Lincoln Forum. And she got very close to Judge Williams. And when she graduated from law school, she did a year as a clerk in the Rhode Island Supreme Court. She got lots of hands-on training from Frank in the law before she went into private practice for a big firm in New York and then ultimately for nonprofits and now at Brooklyn Law School. So I wouldn't say they're fascinated. I think they read something of my books when they come out. But, my older daughter has a husband who writes a lot of books. So, she's got...
Earlier, we were talking about Charles, who's your 17-year-old grandson, and then Leo, who is your 5-year-old. Does Charles have any? He's a Broadway guy. Does he have any interest in Lincoln along the way?
Not to sound egotistical, but he's interested in me. He's interested in my pattern of career work. How I've gotten myself out there. I don't think he likes American history. He knows American history, but he's very smart. He's a great learner, and he does, really well at school. But I would say the history he knows about is everything that's happened in the theatrical world in New York City from about 1890 to last Tuesday. So that's the history. And I think it's history. It's certainly history. So maybe we'll intersect when he gets to the Booth Brothers and focuses on the Booth Brothers, the play that went wrong, Our American Cousin.
Why haven't you written a memoir?
Because I'm not sure there'd be a market for it. I've thought about it more in recent times, only because it frankly would be easier to undertake than to do a research project where I had to travel a lot, which if I do one more or two more books, they'll be research oriented on Lincoln. I want to go back to Lincoln image writing. That's was always my interest. I kind of would like to close on that subject because presidential image making is still fascinating and still just it's amazing how candidates and leaders present their images to the public and, insist that this is their image and this is how they should be judged. And what's the difference between image and reality continues to interest me. So I don't know. If a publisher came up to me and said, we want you to write a memoir, I would do it. But nobody's come up to me and said that.
What intrigued you about going to work at the Metropolitan Museum?
Well, I'd visited all my life. I lined up outside the Met with my mother in the 60s to see the Mona Lisa. It also struck me as a place that had remained kind of dark and gloomy, that did not, after Thomas Hoving, the great showman, left as director, did not really market its special exhibitions with any great pizzazz or enthusiasm. And it kind of existed for two reasons: as a place where scholars studied and as a place where tourists kind of clicked off a box on their bucket lists. So I thought, aside from being prestigious and easy to promote, in other words, you weren't going to advocate for a negative institution or an institution that had a bad reputation, that it was a perfect spot. And also that I could learn a few things about the history of art.
By the way, was there anything Lincoln there?
There were very few. A life mask of Lincoln had been cast, and by a poet named Richard Watson Gilder, no relation to Richard Gilder, who later became a big philanthropist in the Lincoln community. And the life mask was cast along with Lincoln's hands in 1860. One hand was in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and one hand was in the New York Historical Society on the other side of Central Park. So they never really could be exhibited unless one borrowed the other hand. I have no idea how that happened. Other than that, there weren't. But during the last years I was there, they actually bought a reduction, as they called it, of the great Augustus St. Gaudens standing Lincoln statue, the one that is in Chicago, in Lincoln Park. And some family had owned one for years. And the Met, actually, it was the only time I ever gave a presentation at the Acquisitions Committee of the Board, which is the most august body of the Metropolitan Museum. Astors and, others sitting in judgment of each work of art. So now they have that, which is nice.
Every time you mention a name, it reminds me, I've got to ask you about it. When you mentioned Gilder Lehrman, what impact did it have on you that you won their Lincoln Prize?
It was big. And it was a weird time for me because my mother had just died, and I had gone through three, I don't want to say bad, but not positive shoulder replacement surgeries, all of which had become infected. And I was due the day after the prize to have a fourth and hopefully final shoulder surgery to get it replaced. So it was a weird time for me. But in terms of professional impact, it was huge, because it's like, in the Lincoln world, it's like saying you're a Nobel Prize winner. Harold Holzer, winner of the Lincoln Prize. So it's a career-changing, making event. And the Lincoln Prize has become a huge deal in the Lincoln world over these last 25 years. I think it's not only been great for the people who win, but it's been a big game changer for the Lincoln world. I think more historians are looking at an opportunity to write about Lincoln not because they want a $50,000 prize, but because of the competition and the publicity around the competition. It just makes it a very big deal.
So you're how many, 22, 23 years at the Met?
23 years. But then I was lucky enough to the various city officials in New York, citywide public officials, the mayor, the comptroller, and the speaker of the council, each is a member of the board. And each gets to designate a representative to serve on the board of trustees. And the comptroller had a vacancy right as I was retiring. And as I've known the comptroller from the time he was a boy, 11 years old, he asked me to be the representative, about which the Met administration was not too happy, I must say. It was not very pleasant to make the transition.
Why not?
The then director thought it was unseemly, quote unquote. I will never forget that quote. Unseemly for me to transition. I pointed out, A, that 2 other staff members had joined the board during my time there, and 2, that it really wasn't his decision. It was really the decision of the controller. So I spent 7 years on the board, which was I loved, because I didn't, and joined some relevant committees to help them out with the 150th anniversary and community and government relations and things like that.
What exactly was your responsibility while you were there?
In the board or at the?
At the Met itself.
So at the Met, I started with responsibility for old-fashioned press relations and government relations. I was hired because I was coming from the governor's office. I knew public officials on the city and state level. And the Met, although its building is owned by the city of New York, had never really made a case for the fact that the city should be responsible for much of its upkeep, particularly since private donors don't mind giving rooms, galleries, hallways, works of art where their names are prominently displayed, deservedly, but they're less inclined to give money for HVAC, pipes, roofs, parapet walls. And we worked for years to get the city to bear that burden because they do own the land and the building. And it worked.
For somebody who's never been there, never really thought about it, what is it? What is the Met?
The Met is the largest art museum in the Western Hemisphere, the third largest in the world, behind the Louvre and the Hermitage in St. Petersburg, Russia. It is an encyclopedic museum, which is to say it covers 2 millennia of creativity at the highest levels from every culture that has ever existed on the globe, from native to, conquest cultures, men, women, black, white, some of the greatest works of art and some that have just been discovered or just been painted, with especially great collections of Greek and Roman art, Egyptian art, Impressionists, a great American wing, a great American collection, and on and on and on. Also, a wonderful sculpture collection, more recently, a Native American collection. So it's an A to Z, over 1 million works of art, over 1 million square feet. And it's a place where you can see the best creativity ever produced on the globe from all time of recorded history. It sounds like a lot. It is a lot. And yet it's divided up so that you can do 1 gallery or 100 galleries or lunch on the rooftop where you see modern sculpture or hear a concert or visit one picture that you love.
How many people go there a year?
Wow. In my day, it was up to 5 million. And then it went down to about 3.5 during the lockdown years, but I hear it's well over 6 now. I don't know where they put all the people, but it's a turnstile operation, so they need to fund the staff, the collection, the upkeep, the maintainers, and all the people who make that place hum. A couple of thousand full and part-time staff. I remember I used to, ultimately I also was the manager of the visitor services operation, the people who take the tickets, who sell the admissions, who sit behind the information desks, who guide people to where they want to go. And I worked every Christmas week behind the info desk in the Great Hall. Because I thought it was a good thing for the boss to do. Second of all, you got to see it to believe it. Sometimes we would have, 55,000 people in a single day. And just the view of that choked area, although and people waiting online, it could somewhat unmanageable, but it's pretty exciting. And helping people is pretty exciting in 50 languages.
Biggest crisis you had to deal with?
Well, I guess the ongoing one is the crisis of provenance for works of art. Was this art once looted from a Jewish family during the era of the Holocaust? Can you trace a legal, non-forced sale? We have lots of pictures that have been given back because of research, which we do ourselves. We have lots of pictures that we say, sorry, this Picasso was purchased, and there is a Picasso in question, for $45,000. Its owners used the money to leave Germany and save their lives. And $45,000 was on the high side of what a Picasso was getting in 1938. So it's not a forced sale. It's tough to make those arguments, but we're making them to collateral descendants of the family. So that was a crisis. One day we walked into the Met to a place called the Velas Blanco Patio, which is a recreation of a Spanish loggia. It's right off the Great Hall. And we went to have a look at the Tullio Lombardo marble statue of Adam. Well, just as in the Bible, Adam fell. Only he didn't fall for Eve. He fell off a badly constructed pedestal. And when we came in, he was in what looked like thousands of pieces. First of all, we had to tell people. We had to reveal it. We had to assume some responsibility. We had to get the insurance coverage. We had to mark every piece like a crime scene with a little yellow flag. And believe it or not, after 3 years, that statue was fully pieced together and put back on display. But it doesn't have the value it did. It was, we don't like to ascribe value, but it was, more than $10 million of value. But it's an extraordinary piece of evidence of our acumen in restoring works of art, which is a specialty of the Mets. And also an example where you admit that there had been a failure at one point to adequately build properly enforced pedestals. And what we did to assure our public that A, we were protecting the work of art, and B, that something wasn't going to fall on them, is that we systematically and methodically examined every wooden pedestal that held a statue in the entire building, thousands of them. So it was a good exercise, but that was kind of a crisis of faith. We've also had artificial crises. The very wealthy neighbors who live across the street from the Met on Fifth Avenue, some of them always seem to suspect that we're doing secret construction plans that are designed to cause more noise, more upheaval. And there have been community board meetings, lawsuits, public relations trials, sometimes just to deny that these stories are true, and other times to vindicate and validate what we're doing. the new fountains in front of the plaza, the construction of a hidden office tower within the main building, things like that. And, occasionally people write stories about how the staffing may not be as diverse and inclusive as it should have been or could have been. So the Met is like a small city. So there is something every day. There are lost children once in a while. There are happily not stolen art. That never seems to happen. We have amazing security. I think the worst example in my 23 years of interfering with a display was an artist, a rogue artist, who kept adding his works of art to the walls, not taking them away.
What year did you leave there?
I left in 2015, same year as I won the Lincoln Prize. It was a big year.
And when did you go on the board?
That season,
And
summer of 15.
What was the difference in your experience working there and then serving on the board?
Well, it wasn't altogether different because I was on the executive management. So I was in even the executive sessions of every board meeting. There was no board meeting I didn't attend from start to finish as a senior vice president. But now I was sitting around the board table. However, the government representatives are not supposed to vote on matters. I was noticed that my friend who represented the mayor always voted. I mean, he just heard all those in favor, so he would raise his right hand, which I tried not to do. But I got to serve on some search committees for director and CEO, and that was a major difference. And got to offer advice directly to the board, which even senior staff does not do, on subjects of that another crisis that happened really as I left, and that is the kind of a budget crisis where the Met discovered that it had a much greater deficit than it had revealed publicly in previous fiscal statements or to New York City. So I got to be on the solution team for that, and also served on a team to weigh what action might be taken against the Sackler family when they were making their settlements about Purdue Pharma and all of the spread of painkillers. A big part of the Met, the part where the Temple of Dendur is housed, is in a wing that the Sacklers funded. That big glass wing on the north end of the Met, made possible really by Jackie Kennedy. She's the one who got the temple to the Met in the 60s. Lyndon Johnson wanted it to be on the Mall, where it would have deteriorated in about 5 years. So we got it at the Met, and the Sacklers built the glass enclosure. And there was a board effort to remove the name and a board resistance. How can you tell a donor that their name is being removed before 100 years, which is guaranteed in their donation agreement, because you're setting a terrible precedent and you're breaking the rules? Isn't this an extraordinary? No, it's not. And back and forth. Is someone going to go up to the wing that was funded by the Havemeyer family and say, we've now discovered that Domino sugar was harvested by enslaved people, therefore we're taking your name off? So there was a big controversy, fortunately averted when a settlement was reached by a number of museums about removing the Sackler name, which was done almost nationwide.
So how much money does someone have to give to the Metropolitan Museum of Art to get their name on something?
Well, let's see. If you want to just leave a piece of paper with your name, that's about $10,000. But no, I don't even know the rates anymore. But when I had just gotten to the Met, we had just opened 2 new galleries funded by some very generous people, the Tisch family, for example, those were $10 million contributions for a wing. The wonderful donors, Oscar Tang and his wife, Agnes Shu Tang, who are right now also funding new galleries at the New York Historical Society. They are really among the greatest donors to New York museums right now, and a fantastic immigrant story as well. They have donated, I think, $55 million to do the new modern wing, the south wing of the building, that is, which was announced not long ago, which will be open to Central Park in certain ways with a lot of Venetian blinds or blinds. So inflation, competition, generosity. I guess it's 50 million for a gallery now.
You keep saying things that I need to follow up with you on. For instance, immigrants. And the reason I want to ask you about immigrants is not your book, but about your grandparents. We have not talked about where they came from and when.
Yeah, and I dedicated my book to my 4 grandparents, only one of whom I knew, my father's mother, who came from Romania. I later found out Transylvania, which was part of Romania, but I thought that was a bridge too far, so I left it at Romania. I knew. I was the youngest child. I'm sorry. My parents were each the youngest child of their families. So I tended not to know the grandparents. My mother's father died just before they got married. My parents got married, so I never met him. I'm named for him. And my mother's mother died when she was a 11-year-old, so she died in the 1920s. Never saw her. And I did meet my father's father, but he was a paralyzed stroke victim from about 1950 and died in 51 or so. So I really I have no memory of him. All of the other 3 came from, I guess, movable feast, or the opposite of feast, of Poland, Russia, Ukraine. They said Poland, apparently, when they were, whenever they discussed it. And, but with my daughter Meg, we did a lot of research on the towns that we know about, and they were all in Ukraine now. So, but who knows whether they'll be in Ukraine or Russia after January 20th, 2025.
Have you traveled to any of these spots?
No, we've never been to Germany, passing through, or Poland, or Romania. I'm not sure I'd like to, but I know my wife definitely does not. With all of the great art to see in Germany, she's always resisted going there. I'd be curious to see if there are still Jewish graveyards, for example, or whether they're used as cobblestones, as happened in so many small villages. They look like they're very small towns now. Senator Chuck Schumer has descendants who lived in the same village, Chortkov. It's called Chortkof or FF. And I once asked him if he had ever been there, and he said yes. So,
what about your wife Edith's family? Did any of them come from Europe?
So, Edith's mother was Polish, but again, as I mentioned at the very beginning, she was an Auschwitz survivor, so no links, and had a big family. Only she and a sister made it alive and made it to America, and both died young. No doubt influenced by their time there on whatever diet they were allowed to have, whatever meager diet. One died in her 30s and the other died in her 60s. Edith's father, had been all over Europe as a young man. He kind of passed as an Aryan. He had blonde hair and blue eyes. He looked like Charles Boyer. He talked like Charles Boyer. He had a very deep voice. And, lived in Germany, France, Poland, Western Russia. Eventually came back after the war and worked for the UN, but also did not have much of a desire to return. I think they saw too much there, and too much loss and too much brutality and too much anxiety and fear. So it's, the one grandmother I had never talked about what she had left behind or whether she had lost anybody. I mean, I was only 16 when she died, but I know my grandson I've been talking to on a serious level since he was 10. So, but I didn't see my grandmother as often as Charles sees me. And she never talked about it. She only talked about Brooklyn. She wanted to be where she was. She wanted to see her foreign-born friends. She wanted to be active in her synagogue. She wanted to take care of her sick husband. She wanted to bake for her grandchildren. And that's never was interested in anything except the Queen of Romania, apparently, interested her. So she would look for stories about the Queen of Romania. I don't think she read English, by the way. I don't think she ever learned to read English. I think the family legend is that this woman who came here when she was 11 in the 1880s, probably 1890, early 90s, she would come from her part of Brooklyn to our part of Brooklyn by counting the subway stops on her fingers. She knew when she got to the full 5 that she was in the right spot.
We didn't talk earlier about your siblings. How many do you have?
So I have 2 sisters who are twins to each other, both younger than I.
And where do they live?
They live on Long Island, and both are retired, one from the advertising and marketing business and one from healthcare and childcare.
Families. Abraham Lincoln. The story of his family. You've written about it. You've talked about it. What's the most interesting part about it?
That people still feel certain that he must have been descended illegitimately from some great famous people, a Virginia squire, Henry Clay, when he was seducing a farm girl, somebody. Otherwise, how in the world can you explain that a person of this intellect and this capacity could spring from such, the dregs of mudsill society, as they called it? But in truth, his father's side of the family had been in America since the 1600s. They came from a town in England. Ancestor was a weaver's apprentice who may have traveled with the person to whom he was indentured. Their name might have been Linkhorn, Linkhorn, in the beginning. They named a Massachusetts town after their English town, and then slowly, after a generation or two, began a slow but sure migration south and west, Virginia, and ultimately Kentucky. And the Lincoln's mother, Nancy Hanks, is much harder to trace. She had a bigger family, that is her generation, a larger family, but no one is quite certain who her father was. Family names are Hanks and Sparrow, but she may have been illegitimate. I don't know. She met Thomas, and the rest is history. The previous is not really history because we'll never know. It's too complicated and too cloaked in the dust of things that people didn't talk about. And besides, Lincoln very famously said, "I don't really care what my grandparents did. I only care what my grandchildren will do." He looked forward.
Of course, we can't go past the Nancy Hanks story without talking about where she's buried and the very important impact that his 14 years in Indiana had on him.
So Nancy died of a kind of plague that hit Indiana on the prairie. It was called milk sick, colloquially, but it was really a poison. Cows who were desperate for vegetation in hard times, usually snowy times, would eat a snake root plant, not knowing any better, and that would poison the milk. And there was no way to know, if you didn't keep your cow closely tethered, whether it was grazing around poison herbs. And the milk would make its drinkers very, very sick. And in very well described stages of the ailment, which was very, very painful, especially in final stages. There was no cure. There was no known cure, no remedy. And the person would die an agonizing death. And Lincoln saw that happen to his mother when he was a little boy. And remember, they're living in basically a one-room cabin with a dirt floor, animal hide windows. And Lincoln's father, who doubles as a carpenter, then turns to constructing the the coffin that he will lay Nancy, his wife, to rest in. And Abe, being the only boy in the family, is required to help. And in essence, has a moment that Freud would have spent, years analyzing, and is nailing his mother into a box that is then lowered below the ground forever. So there obviously had to have been a trauma attached to that. I often remind people that death was not uncommon on the prairie, that people had large families because they expected half of the children to die before they got out of childhood, a number to die in the first year. There was no germ understanding, no cure for typhoid or smallpox, no vaccines. So life was tenuous in Lincoln's childhood. And he was a strong guy to have survived all of that. He was healthy for his entire life, as his father was to a reasonable degree. Burying his father was a different story. Lincoln's father died of, old age in his early 70s, and received a call from one of his stepbrothers. Of course, he did get a stepmother, a wonderful stepmother, after a couple of years after his mother died. And got a call. He got an email. No, he got a note from one of the stepbrothers saying, "Father is on his deathbed and is asking for you." And Lincoln writes back a remarkably icy letter saying, "I don't know whether the conversation between us now would help or hurt. Probably the latter. Please tell him God is waiting for him and will forgive him." He never came back. Didn't go to the funeral. And on his last visit to his stepmother about 10 years later, after he drafted his inaugural address, he went up to the farm by train and horse to say goodbye to his stepmother. And she clung to him, according to legend, said, "I know they'll kill you. I know I'll never see you again." And then said, "You have to promise me one thing. You build a headstone on this grave." She walked him to the father's grave, and he promised her he would build a headstone. He would pay for it, and he never did. So that's a complication of the Lincoln family that, one can, I think, reasonably infer that there was a lot of bitterness there. I don't know whether Lincoln blamed him for something about his mother, or whether his hostility to his desire to learn more and work on the farm less made them hostile to each other. I don't know.
You got us into the Lincoln-Douglas debate. 7 different event scenario. And I bring it up only because of that, I met a real character historian that you knew well, John Y. Simon, But when I met him on the streets of Jonesboro, Illinois,
which was a debate town.
Debate site, first time I'd ever met the man, he said, you know, the one thing, and I didn't even know I'd done this. He said, you always ask in your interviews about the father. And it struck me looking back on it that he obviously was very interested in the whole issue of a father with Abraham Lincoln. And I wonder, has that been among historians a contentious issue over the years? Disagreement?
John Y. did not shy away from contentious issues, for sure. He was the historian who said, after years of debunking the Anne Rutledge story, the story of the prairie girl in New Salem whom Lincoln allegedly loved, and then there was a huge blow up when someone found a woman named Minor, published long-lost letters that proved that they were deeply in love, engaged. Then the letters were proved to be a hoax. And everyone said, oh, the whole Anne Rutledge thing is a hoax. John Y. brought it back to life and said, no, it was real. The Minor letters were fake. But as far as we can tell, they were real. I have my own little doubts about that. But so John Y. did not shy away from controversy. I wish I knew more about John's father. That might be an explanation. And his widow is still around. I saw her last April in St. Louis. In her 90s, Harriet Simon is still an active member of the Ulysses S. Grant Association, carrying on the family devotion to all things Grant. But I think Lincoln's father has been explored more than his mother, simply because we can't go back in time and speculate because of the haze of illegitimacy that means that the avenues are shut off. And believe me, people, better researchers than I, who devoted their entire lives just to the question of finding out who Nancy Hanks was, have never pierced the wall. And I don't even think it's a wall. I think it's just people didn't record everything.
But as a historian and as a scholar and all that, interested in everything about Abraham Lincoln, where would you go when you first started looking at this to find out about those very early years? How much of it is archived anywhere? Right.
Very little of it is archived. Virginia was a fairly well archived state because it was a founding state. But, before it became a state in 1787, when there must have been Hankses, including Lincoln's mother, it's hard to find records. If you father children out of wedlock, whether they're enslaved or white working girls, as Nancy undoubtedly was, from the bottom of the economic heap, you don't go to the church and record it in the church records, which people did. That's another avenue, is church records for surviving parishes. You look for surviving receipts. Marriage licenses are available. Birth records sometimes are registered in county offices, village offices, but they have been combed over the years. And Lincoln didn't talk much about his mother. He just called her his angel mother, which I'm not sure refers to her sweetness so much as it does her occupancy of heaven.
When you were those 23 years at the Met, how often did you have somebody that you worked around or met in the New York area tell you how much they were interested in Lincoln?
Every day, either on the phone or in my office. I mean, I had I had a terrific Lincoln sculpture in my office for about 6 years. It's not here now in Roosevelt House, but I had one that a friend of mine named Frank Porcu, who's a great sculptor, gave to me, and I installed it there. And I said, Frank, it's like, just tell a debate story. In Galesburg, they moved the stage at the last minute, the platform for a debate, because it was so windy. And there was they hadn't built steps, so Lincoln had to go up through the main building of Knox College and then out the window onto the stage, and he turned around before he put his second leg through the window and said, well, at least now I can say I've been through college. When Frank installed the statue, he said, well, now I can say I have a statue on view at the Met. I said, be my guest. Be my guest. So, yeah, I had correspondents, readers, people who would see me on C-SPAN contact me and say, I'm coming to New York see the Christmas tree at Rockefeller Center. I'm coming to the Met to see the World Trade Center site. Can I stop with you and talk about Lincoln? May I bring a book for you to sign? I always said yes. I was thrilled. And I like breaking up the day, doing something Lincoln.
What is often the thing they want to talk about when they come to you about Lincoln?
Well, aside from taking pictures, it sounds pompous, but they like to take pictures. And when I had that Lincoln sculpture, I had a great backdrop for photographs and books, subjects that they wanted to talk about. I would say more often than not, it was the ones that are in current discussion. Was Lincoln gay? What do you think of the new? And did Lincoln have Marfan syndrome? It's not, deep political or analytical stuff. The last few years, it would be people who were upset that Lincoln's reputation had perhaps been nudged a bit backward. And to which I would respond, check the C-SPAN poll. His reputation is still number one. And so it was that kind of discussion.
Has there been a case where his reputation has been moved backwards some?
Yeah, I think it's not numerically counted, but I think he's taken a lot of criticism in recent years about separating his accomplishments in issuing the Emancipation from what perhaps was an innate white supremacy attitude and a bias against people of color, or an expectation that they would always be in subservient positions, which I think was kind of natural, sadly, for the day. I mean, there were very few white Americans who treated Black people as equals, even in the abolitionist movement. William Lloyd Garrison did not socialize with Black people and was probably a little bit racist. It's just, all of this took much more time to work out than people who are understandably impatient then and understandably aggrieved now are willing to allow. And Lincoln had character flaws, and he wasn't as enlightened as Frederick Douglass. That's just the way it is. So I think there is and was a tendency to downgrade emancipation because it took so long, a year and a half, because it applied only to certain people, which Lincoln felt was the only constitutional means he had to begin to destroy slavery. That he used the N-word when he was telling jokes. I think all of those things can be true at the same time.
What's your favorite joke you tell about Abraham Lincoln?
My favorite joke may not be one that I can tell on this high-level podcast, but
this is just a group listening. Go right ahead and tell it.
All right. And I've got to get this right because my wife says I always mess up the punchline. Okay. A little boy, Lincoln told this at a trial because he felt that the evidence was being misunderstood. So he told the story about a boy on a farm who came running breathlessly into his parents' home to report his sister. He said, "Ma, Pa, sister's in the barn. She's up in the hayloft with the farmhand. She's got her skirt off up over her head and she's about to move her bowels. And the farmhand has opened his fly and he's about to pass water." And the father looks at him and said, "Son, you've collected the right evidence, but you've drawn the wrong conclusion."
How
Sorry.
crude was Lincoln?
How what?
How crude was Lincoln in those days?
He liked that kind of joke. He liked, you know, he used to say bass backwards all the time because he couldn't bring himself to say your ass backwards. But no, he was ribald. He liked sex jokes. As I point out in my immigration book, he told a lot of ethnic jokes. I've actually found a few more after the book came out. He loved telling jokes, condemning Irishmen to drunkenness. You know, all Irish are drunk and kind of stupid. All Germans are kind of women chasing, beer guzzling guys. He loved ethnic humor, and he loved doing brogues. I wish I could hear him do a brogue. That would be, a Kentucky, Indiana brogue. That would be fun. And he loved, we don't have too many of those, but he loved telling jokes about Black people. I just wrote something that will either be a chapter in a new book or an article for a magazine about a joke emphasizing the ignorance of Black people. So, and he said that there's a story of Sambo, as he put it. So there you go. There's another racism. Sambo was an enslaved boy, and the missus said, "I'm going to punish you." And he said, "You can't punish me. Only the massa can punish me." And she said, "That's what you think." And she took a hot coal from the stove and put it on his head to burn him. And she said, "What do you think of that?" And he said, "I'm just going to leave it here till massa comes home, and then I'll take it up." That's a pretty brutal joke. That's pretty cruel on 10 different levels, right? That this kind of punishment was not surprising, that a kid was so ignorant that he was going to let himself be scalded just to make a point about she can't administer punishment. And the whole fact of punishment that was allowed.
Is there any evidence, because you mentioned this, did he ever smoke or drink?
There's no evidence that he smoked at all. And the only evidence we have of drinking is he must have tried it, because he said, "I don't like drinking because it makes me feel flabby," which is a great quote. Just a great quote. But I think that, I don't think he put his hand on his wine glass during state dinners. I think he would allow the staff to pour. And if there was a toast, he would raise his glass and bring the glass to his lips and maybe make the liquid touch his lips. He wasn't going to make a big deal of it, particularly since toasting was a diplomatic exercise. And now, secondhand smoke is another story. There was smoking all around him. I don't know if he didn't like it, how in the world he avoided it. But he used to go and hang out at Secretary of State William Seward's home near Lafayette Square. He liked going there and talking over the events of the day. And Seward smoked more cigars than George Burns and Groucho Marx put together. So his study, his library, was just choking with smoke. So I don't think it wasn't a smoke-free environment in those days, for sure.
Go back to the people who would come to visit you at the Met. If they ask you at the time, one, which one of your books should we buy that you would find most helpful if you don't know much about Lincoln? And two, what's the best beginning to end story of Abraham Lincoln? What would you tell them?
It kind of depended on when they came. If they came the season of one of my new books, if they came in 2005, I told them Lincoln at Cooper Union. But as I say, half the time they would bring the current book to be inscribed. And then if they came in the year of the transition from Bush to Obama, I would recommend Lincoln President-Elect, because it came out during the transition. And then later I had Lincoln and the Power of the Press in my final year at the Met. So it was but people brought old books too. I'll tell you one book that they came to the Met with more often than I thought they would, and that's the book I did with Mark Neely about Civil War art. a big picture book called Mine Eyes Have Seen the Glory. Good title. So they would lug that to New York and lug that to the Met. You know, after the Met was good enough at a certain point to stock its fantastic art bookstore with some of my books. So if someone would come in and say, I wish I brought a book, I'd say, down the hall and to your left, you can come right back.
Did that work?
Not that often, no. But sometimes. I did it as a matter of convenience, not as a matter of having a sales point in the building.
So what did you do when you left the Met right away?
Well, I had a fabulous goodbye party. Lots of public officials and movie stars and friends and the director who had hired me, and then the second director, the president with whom I'd worked for 23 years in her various capacities. Before I tell you, can I say something that's occurred to me as we've talked for these hours? Maybe it's a lesson that someone will be interested in, not to sound like an old guy, which I am. I once called Governor Cuomo and said, and this was about the guy who had secured the Bella Abzug job for me in the 70s. Mario was the governor, and he had authority to appoint press representatives for 30 or so agencies of New York State. And my old friend and mentor had moved to Albany and needed a job. And he had been a state public relations person at one point in his career. So I called the governor. I said, Mr. X, well, his name was Howard Brock. Howard Brock really would be great for this job in the housing, whatever it was. And he said, the governor, Howard Brock has never had an amicable parting. I never forgot those words. He's never had an amicable parting. Now, I think he gave him the job. But that phrase has never left me. First of all, it was so beautifully constructed and so evocative. I have tried in 50 years of working, I've had maybe 7 jobs. So it's not that I flit around from place to place. But I've never had an unamicable parting. It may have been hard to retire from the Met. That's the only time. But I have never lost contact with anyone for whom I worked and largely with whom I worked. My first 2 bosses are gone, but I still talk to their families. I still talk to Andrew Cuomo and Christopher Cuomo and Matilda Cuomo. I wish I could talk to Mario Cuomo. I still am close to Bella Abzug's daughters, and I'm a board member of the Bella Abzug Leadership Institute that they founded. I still have my Met family that I'm very close to. And I just think it's a good lesson because it's worked out for me in terms of enriching my life with wonderful colleagues and friends. Oh, Channel 13 too. I mean, my former boss there we're just making dinner plans for as soon as we can get together. Try never to leave on bad terms when you leave, because you'll need those people. You'll want to see those people. You'll want to help some of the people that work for both of you. And I feel that way about staffs too. I still talk to most of the people who work for me if they're still around. Anyway, that was my little sidetrack. Now I've forgotten what we were talking about. Oh, what did I do finally when I was 66 years old and the Met was done?
By the way, did you have to retire?
I think it was mutually agreed that it was time. People don't really stay in administrative positions beyond, they lead administrative positions beyond 65. It's kind of the way it is. If you're a director or a curator, it's a different set of circumstances. Philippe de Montebello was something like 74 when he left the directorship after 36 years. But Emily Rafferty, the president, and I, who are 6 weeks apart in age, she left at 65. I left at 66. because they wanted me to do one more year for transition purposes, which I was happy to do. So I thought I was just going to write. And I probably was not in a position to do that full time unless I could be sure I could, die at 70, because, it's costly to live in New York. So I invited to breakfast an extraordinary woman named Jennifer Rabb, who at that point had been president of Hunter College, which is the neighborhood city of New York college, for about 12 years. And I knew a lot about Hunter because we used to have a lot of political meetings in the School of Social Work. Bella Abzug was a Hunter alum. Her chief writer was her classmate at Hunter, class of 42. A lot of famous New Yorkers had come out of Hunter College, Ruby Dee, Martina Arroyo in the entertainment world, Nobel Prize winning women. So it's an extraordinary place. And I went to breakfast with her and I said, Jennifer, I'm leaving the Met. I wonder if I could teach, if there's a way I could teach Lincoln or Civil War. She immediately said, I have something much better for you. We're doing a search for the director of the Roosevelt House. Do you know what the Roosevelt House is? And I said, no. And she said, that's the problem. It's our recently opened Public Policy Institute. We have an auditorium where we do public programs. We've had the Dalai Lama. We've had Bill Clinton. I said I would have given Bill Clinton top billing over the Dalai Lama. She said, there's a search going on. Get into that search. I said, are you telling me I will get this job? And she kind of said, if you got to go through the search, don't mess up the search. I hadn't really interviewed for 25 years, but I went through the search. And staff, administrators, faculty, students, the board was a pretty heavy-duty board. And I got the job. So this was my retirement job, but I'm now celebrating. I'm celebrating. I hope they're celebrating 10 years. I've been director of Roosevelt House. And it is a very lucky circumstance for me that this opportunity came along. I really love this place. I love the students. I love the staff. And we have fabulous programs. As we're speaking to you, we're speaking, if I'm allowed to say, during the run-up to Christmas break and Hanukkah break. And we had Rachel Maddow here a couple of nights ago, and we have the great World War II historian Nigel Hamilton later this very day, who's written a lot about Field Marshal Montgomery and FDR and Bill Clinton, and now he's written a book about Abraham Lincoln and Jefferson Davis. So we attract wonderful people, and we have very loyal and enthusiastic audiences from the community and from the students and the faculty and the administration. And I want to keep doing this as long as they let me.
How often do you bring Abraham Lincoln to the FDR house?
So when I interviewed for the job, one of the board members was William Vanden Heuvel. I hope you and people remember that name. He was a deputy ambassador to the UN. He was an ambassador. His daughter is the publisher of The Nation. We lost him during the COVID crisis, but this is a man who was all about FDR. He was on the board of Hyde Park. He built the Roosevelt statue and memorial on Roosevelt Island in New York City. He was a founding patron of Roosevelt House here. He donated things here. He restored the elevator that FDR used with his homemade wheelchair when he recovered from polio in 1921. And he said famously to me in the interview, Harold, how do we know that you're not going to make Roosevelt House into Lincoln House? So I didn't know whether the question was serious or comic. but I thought it was testing, so I answered it seriously. I said, my priority on the history side is FDR, the Great Depression, and World War II. But if you don't mind, I'd love to bring a little Lincoln in, because Lincoln was FDR's favorite president. And Vanden Heuvel said, well, I could make a case that Wilson and Theodore Roosevelt were his favorite presidents. I said, yes, I could too. Anyway, I got the job, and I've brought in a number of, nowhere near the Roosevelt programs or World War II programs, but I just got 2 small awards for my book. Not small, but local Lincoln and Civil War Roundtable, Lincoln Group and Civil War Roundtable awards. They want to do the presentation here at Roosevelt House on around Lincoln's birthday. So that one, I asked the president of a college, I said, would you mind if we do this? I'm asking you because it's about me, and I feel a little uncomfortable unless I get your approval. And she was very happy about doing it and serving a glass of wine. And so, yeah, I do Lincoln programs every once in a while. I mean, I've had John Meacham, I've had Doris Kearns Goodwin. I don't have, I have the big stars of the field. And someone like Doris or John are perfect guests, because Meacham can segue from Lincoln, which was the last book he did, to Andrew Jackson, to George W. Bush, to John Lewis. George H.W. Bush, to John Lewis, to Joe Biden. Doris can talk about Team of Rivals, but she can also talk, obviously, about FDR and about any number of things she's written, including my favorite Doris book about the Brooklyn Dodgers. So these people have so much in their quiver that I don't really have to explain away their presence.
Let me ask you about, we haven't talked at all about politics, but if you're a Donald Trump supporter and you've listened to you talk through this whole several hours, you don't hear much about anybody in the mix writing or talking about either Abraham Lincoln or the places that you've worked that reflects anything that they think. And I've just noticed in the last 10 years since Donald Trump has come along that a significant number of historians have written signed letters against him, done video against him. What are people to think when they're looking for honesty in historians about the tilt that we're getting from historians?
Well, I know where you're coming from. I've signed a few letters. I've done a few video things with Ken Burns. All I can do is tell the truth as I see it. Whether or not it makes a difference, I would suggest that it doesn't at the moment. The history and the lessons of the past are the things that we're supposed to learn from to secure our future. And the thing I worry about in your question is it all being taken seriously, or is it all considered part of, this conspiratorial way to keep the country a certain way? No, I think in this case, the people have spoken more clearly than they've spoken, or more clearly than they spoke in elections in which the Electoral College winner did not win the popular vote. So if we use Lincoln at all, it'll be about what he did to fight for the kind of democracy we need to make sure we have left for our children and grandchildren. I don't know if that answers the question, but I know what you're saying. Look, I met Donald Trump quite a few times in my life. I might have met him more times than I met any American president. First of all, I had experience with him when I worked for Governor Cuomo, and he was looking to build a new headquarters of NBC in what is now the Hudson Yards development, a project that was never going to happen, and we were just going through the motions about. So 2 or 3 meetings. I met Donald Trump quite a few times at the Metropolitan Museum when he came to the Costume Institute Gala every year with, actually, I think I saw him with 1 year with Ivanka, 1 year with his second wife, and 1 year with Melania. So he was there every year until I left. I don't think he came after he went into national politics, but came for years and years. I don't, he knows about Lincoln. He knows about the past. He believes that armed conflict is avoidable, that he can negotiate things. I think, if he can negotiate things and avoid bloodshed, God bless. I hope he can do it.
Go to your yearly Lincoln Forum, though. In that audience, you told us you had 350 people this last year. Do you have any sense of the politics of the people sitting there? And how do you navigate that?
I tell all of my speakers the following. Please try not to discuss national politics now, or candidates who have just won or just lost. We always meet after the forum. We've met after two contested elections and one divided election. We met after Bush Gore. We met after Hillary Trump. We met after Kamala Trump. And there are bruised feelings and there are happy feelings. I advise people strongly. People come here among the reasons they come, certainly quadrennially they come because they don't want to talk about what they've just experienced, participated in, voted for a winner or voted for a loser. They want to take a break. They want to hear good history. They want to talk about the 19th century. Does it always work? No. Sometimes they can't help themselves. And I also tell them, don't talk about the weather, because by the time your program runs on C-SPAN, it will be winter. And no one cares if you saw a leaf turning in the morning. And don't say, it's great to follow so-and-so on the platform, because when C-SPAN runs the program, it will not be in that order. It should be considered a discrete, separate entity. They don't listen to that either. So it's not that they're politically supercharged, it's that they do their own thing. Now, I will tell you the truth. I never ask. I know there are people who believe in both, but I also know that when those lapses were made in the years of Trump's victory and first presidency, there have been a handful of people who have written to me to complain and have written to me to say they really would like, they'll never come to the forum again. And that hurts me because I try so hard to focus on the past, and keep to the path. And I've talked some of those people down. I haven't made a mystery of I'm out there. People know where I am politically. I said, this is about Lincoln and the Civil War. There are so many lessons. Please keep giving us chances. And let's keep the emotion down and the history forward. And it's worked a few times.
How often have you had speakers that are not big on Lincoln?
Oh, rarely. Because there aren't that many. We've never had Thomas Di Lorenzo, the most prominent name in the anti-Lincoln tradition. We did have Lerone Bennett when he came out with Forced into Glory to talk about how Lincoln was a racist and then did emancipation kicking and screaming. If there's a good anti-Lincoln book around, we'll feature the person. I'll tell you, there's not that much appetite in publishing. We were talking about Alice Mayhew earlier in our discussion. One of the reasons I left Simon & Schuster and Alice although she would not have lived to do another project with me, is that I had an idea for my fourth idea for her was Lincoln's greatest mistakes. And I had written down what I wanted to focus on. I thought it was really interesting, hiring George McClellan a second time, not finding a better way to reject Fremont's early emancipation order in 1861, reopening the idea of compensated emancipation at the end of the Civil War when you've already passed the 13th Amendment, marrying Mary. I mean, I did that as an opening to say it wasn't a mistake. Anyway, I had all these chapter ideas. But when I said Lincoln's greatest mistake, she said, oh, no, never. So there's not much, the publishing world doesn't think those would wear well or would sell well, even if it's written by an author who's published well-received Lincoln books. So the market's not quite there.
Let me switch again back to Abraham Lincoln and read you a quote from Mary.
Okay.
And what I want to get into is the women in his life in those early years. Mary said he's a great favorite everywhere. He is to be president of the United States someday. If I had not thought that, I would have never married him. If you can see he's not, because if you can see he's not pretty, but look at him. Doesn't he look as if he would make a magnificent president?
Now, where is that quote from?
I don't remember where I got it. I mean, it's like a lot of this stuff. I'm not an expert at anything, and I'm certainly not an expert in Abraham Lincoln. So I read all your books and these books, and that stuff just pops out.
Yeah, I've heard that quote. I think it's an oral tradition quote to which I give less credence than the things she wrote. She wrote her share of preserved letters, and the one that comes closest to that we can't dispute or question is when she writes boastingly to a friend that she'd known Stephen Douglas for many years. He was part of our little coterie in Springfield that included Abraham Lincoln, but my tall, I don't know whether she said Hoosier or sucker for Illinois, my tall, let's say Lincoln, stood tall above them all. That was how she separated him from the crowd. But I like that quote too. I'm going to make you track it down.
By the way, I did make a note that this was married to Ward Hill Lamon.
Oh, well, we have to, a lot of Ward Hill Lamon we question because Lamon waited a long time to write his books and got a ghostwriter ultimately to produce the book. I give him credit for a lot of things because he was there. I mean, he was there in Illinois. He was there on the circuit. He was there in the White House. He practically slept outside Lincoln's bedroom with brass knuckles on some nights to protect him.
He was a guard, security guard.
He was the U.S. Marshal of the District of Columbia, having been a fellow lawyer. And he was a gigantic guy. Where was he on the night of Good Friday? He was in Richmond, Virginia. Lincoln sent him on a kind of a peace mission.
But three women. What's your take on Anne Rutledge, Mary Owens, and, of course, Mary Todd?
I mean, Anne Rutledge is the ideal, according to people who knew her. Sweet, reverent, beautiful. And in love with Lincoln. My dubiousness about her is that she was engaged to another man, which people took seriously in those days. Now, the other man had flown the coop. He'd gone in search of something, a job, money that was owed to him. I think he wound up in Buffalo, New York. And I don't think she ever heard from him again. He never released her, quote unquote. But I think Lincoln, if he really took up with her romantically, and I don't think it was, romantic as much as it was a chaste kind of kinship, he did so considering his timidity and uncertainty with women. He did because he knew she was taken. So that's the impediment I put in these assumptions of their having a hot romance in in New Salem.
How much correspondence between the two of them is there?
Zero.
So what
Zero.
are you relying on to even know anything about her?
Well, we know from contemporaries that she was engaged to this guy, McNamara, William Herndon, that, 30 years after her death, went back and interviewed people and corresponded with people who had known Lincoln in New Salem. And if you get a picture of what's true based on a kind of melding of reminiscences from these older people, there is something there about her hanging out with Lincoln and her being engaged to someone else. So,
she died at what age?
Oh, I don't know. I think in her late 20s, mid-late 20s.
Who was Mary Owen?
So Mary Owens was a relative of another New Salem person and kind of introduced to Lincoln by this third party. And they met and they came to some kind of understanding. And then when she came back, Lincoln got a little tenderfooted about it. He looked at her and he decided that she had gained too much weight, lost too many teeth, and maybe this wasn't the woman of his dreams. And he wrote a letter to her saying, any woman who'd cast her lot with me is an idiot, basically. But if you really want me, if you're going to hold me to it, I'll do it, but you won't be happy. And he wrote to the third party who had introduced them that she's a fair match for Falstaff now. That's how big she'd got. And that, made fun of her claims to be a certain age when clearly she was, a fair match for Falstaff is pretty nasty. And so she released him for whatever agreement they'd had, an engagement to be engaged or something. She later complained that he had once driven across a stream on a horse with her on the second horse, and he never looked back to see whether she'd fallen into the water or crossed safely. And she said, and she married, lived a long time, and she wrote, this is a great quote, Abraham Lincoln was deficient in the little chains. Abraham Lincoln was deficient in the links that make up the chain of a woman's happiness. Ouch. She had the last word. So she claims she never regretted that she cast her lot with him, which is what he was warning her about. Now, there was recent historians think that there was Mary Todd, and then there was a breakup and a flirtation with someone else, and then a resumption with Mary Todd. I'll just do the other person first. Her name was Matilda Edwards. She was supposed to be very pretty, very young. Everybody in Springfield fell in love with her. But I don't think that's the reason why Lincoln stood Mary up. Anyway, Mary was one of the Todd sisters who had been sent to Springfield to live temporarily with the oldest sister in the state capital to meet a prominent guy to marry. The first sister had married Ninian Edwards, a prominent politician. Another one would marry a town doctor. They all did well. Dr. Wallace became the Lincoln family's doctor. Another married a merchant, above whose store Lincoln wrote the first inaugural. So he's a close gang of family. Well, Mary was maybe the most dazzling of the Todd girls, but maybe the brittlest. She did not suffer fools. She was witty. She did not wave a fan in front of her face and blush. She talked back to people. She was clearly politically engaged. She loved politics. She loved poetry. That's strike one and strike two with Lincoln. He loved both of those things too. Anyway, they met at a dance at the sister's house. According to legend, Lincoln said, "I want to dance with you in the worst way." And Mary said that was exactly the way he did dance, in the worst way. And they started seeing each other in the sister's house, formal courting. But on January 1st, 1841, the sister prepared a wedding feast and the groom did not show up. either he literally stood her up at the altar or he sent a note saying, I just can't go through it. We don't know why. Had he fallen in love with Matilda? Had he just said she's not the right woman? Was he afraid of getting married? We don't know. But it took 15 months for them to get back together. And they had to court in the newspaper publisher's office because Mrs. Edwards would not allow Lincoln back into the home, not after what he did. But they did marry in her home in November 1842. So it was a long and uneven courtship. But Mary was everything Lincoln wasn't in terms of being a hostess, to being a good detailed person. It was not going to be a mate with whom he couldn't discuss his life.
You mentioned earlier when it came to Mary Owens becoming fat and losing teeth, and this is really off the subject, but I've never talked to a historian that has any, or never seen a book about this. George Washington didn't have any teeth. John Adams didn't have any teeth. What was have you ever seen a book on the dental experiences of people back in those days?
It was terrible. I mean, you chewed sugar, you smoked, and you lost teeth, and you didn't get them replaced unless you were George Washington. But I actually do know something about Abraham Lincoln's teeth. According to reports, he had all of his teeth, and they were very white. And when he smiled, he had a dazzling smile. It's so hard to imagine because we have no pictures of his lips moving. We have no pictures of teeth because he clenched his mouth. We do have a picture that shows some of Mary's teeth, and she seems to have all of her teeth but some wide spaces. You thought you were going to catch me on this question, I know. As for Lincoln, we do have a dental experience story. He did have one tooth removed as president, and he was not a good patient. He took with him laudanum. He wanted to go to sleep. He dosed himself before the tooth was removed. I think it was a molar or back tooth.
Did he go to sleep?
Yeah, but they didn't have what amendment is it, the 25th? He didn't get replaced as Reagan did or Bush did when he had a colonoscopy.
By the way, I was not attempting to catch you in any way.
Well,
I don't.
These things occur to you, I know.
But I've never been able to get to the bottom of the teeth question with anybody.
Or the top.
Somebody ought to write a book about teeth and early days in politics.
I wonder if there are other stories. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, you can tell that some of the presidents have had caps, but we won't dwell on it.
But back to the time of the Mary Owens, Anne Rutledge, Mary Todd, people often, I'm sure you've written about depression of Abraham Lincoln. And that, I mean, there are stories that you can tell us, I'm sure, about how he was despondent. How do we know that? And who are you relying on to tell us that?
Well, there are contemporaries who said that after Anne died, he would sit at her gravesite and cover her grave so it didn't get wet during rainstorms. After his breakup with Mary, there were people who said that they had to take razors away from him and watch him 24 hours a day. I don't do medical diagnosis from a distance or even up close, but many people believe this qualifies for depression. He somehow controlled it without the kind of medication that's used now. And I don't question the diagnosis as much as I used to. I mean, was he often depressed? Yes. He also had a huge sense of humor. You know, I don't think he was manic depressive, but he covered his sadness, and he was always sad. People said he always looked sad unless he was speaking or telling. He would lapse into an innate sadness. I just remember an experience I had with the Washington Post. They used to run a column, 10 things you don't know about, or 10 things you've misunderstood about. And they asked me to do a Lincoln one. And one of the things I wrote arrogantly was that people think he had clinical depression when he didn't. How else could he have managed through the most depressing period of our history when 700,000 people were killed under his watch? And there was no cure for depression. The people who had depression in the mid-19th century often took their own lives because there was no way out. And I've never gotten as much adverse reaction as I've gotten for anything I've said in the newspaper. I heard from people with controlled clinical depression who said I'd insulted an entire community of recovering and recovered or tenuously clinging people who often are not medicated and get through life, and to suggest that they're enfeebled or it was troubling on several levels, but it was eye-opening for me because I learned that there is more documentation than I'd been aware of how these kinds of crises were surmounted. To a degree, there were still people who committed suicide and jumped off cliffs if they couldn't handle it. But Lincoln, like Churchill, I suppose, had black days and light days.
You're sitting in the FDR house. You're in your office. What does that institution do besides have people come over and talk?
It is an undergraduate center for studies of public policy in honor of FDR, who lived here, and human rights in honor of Eleanor Roosevelt, who lived here and, of course, chaired the UN commission that adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights after World War II. My office is in the one-time bedroom of the woman who built this house, FDR's mother, Sarah Delano Roosevelt, who was the most doting mother and most formidable mother-in-law of the 20th century. Generous, she gave half of this house, the west half, to FDR and his family as their home, as a Christmas present, and dominating because she kept the east half for herself and then took down the barriers between the rooms so that she was a presence in their house for the full 25 years that they lived here. So we do have classes, students coming through all the time. Faculty has meetings here. It's a center of Hunter centers. And we also have exhibitions of history, of Roosevelt history. We just got a fabulous painting donated from the family of the late Richard Ravitch, who was a famous city leader, former lieutenant governor of New York, saved mass transit in New York during the fiscal crisis. He owned a 7-foot by 6-foot painting called The First Days of the New Deal, showing the repeal of prohibition with a bar with giant goblets, unemployment lines replaced by people lining up to apply for jobs, the banks open, the Federal Arts Project going. The artist was a member of the Federal Arts Project. And then at the top, the new Triborough Bridge that was built with, and LaGuardia Airport that were built with New Deal funds. It's a great big picture. We also got, I'm boasting about our collections, which is not our primary mission, but people do come off the street and say, may we look around? We say, yes, of course. We do temporary exhibitions. We got a call from Val Kill, which is Eleanor's hideaway house at Hyde Park, which she built to get away from the main house. Then FDR built a house higher on the hill to get away from Eleanor and his mother. Well, she was gone by then. Val Kill had an ordinary but nice dining room break front, a mahogany break front, glass cabinets on top, drawers on the bottom. The top drawer pulls out to become a leather desk. It's a nice commercial piece. They said this was bought by Eleanor at B. Altman in 1936. And we have reason to believe that they kept it in the parlor at Roosevelt House. So we're going to get rid of it. It just has nothing to do with our place. It was once in Campobello. Armand Hammer bought it at auction and donated it to Campobello, but it doesn't belong in Campobello. It's not an oceanfront house piece. So here's the deal. They send a moving van in the next 2 weeks or out it goes. So we sent a moving van. And we now have it beautifully placed near the Sarah stairway on the ground floor. And people can see the kind of furniture that Eleanor bought when she wasn't manufacturing her own awful furniture at Valkill, which she did. She actually started a furniture business to give the apple workers, the apple farmers in Dutchess County work and salary during the winter when they had no farm work. It's a great story. I mean, the furniture is horrendous looking, but it's a story of enterprise and compassion.
What, do I remember earlier in our discussion, you said that the granddaughter of Eleanor Roosevelt gave you or helped you have your first job at the Manhattan Tribune?
Yes.
What's it like then sitting in Sarah's former bedroom, having started your career with a Roosevelt?
I told Kate Whitney that I felt that I'd come full cycle from the Manhattan Tribune to Roosevelt House, that it's always she who's, when she comes to events, I say she's the link. She's the link that bridges 55 years of my life, and I tell her how much I owe her. The grandchildren, who, are in their last years, Kate's over 90. When I got here, Curtis Roosevelt called me from Paris, where he lives. He's a cousin of Kate's. And in that plummy FDR accent that is still there among the grandchildren, he said, "I hope you're happy in that room. I still remember bursting into that room of a Sunday morning and leaping upon Grandmama's bed." And I thought to myself, that's a picture I didn't expect. Sarah seems like an austere, formal, forbidding lady. But no, she was the constant for the children of FDR and Eleanor. Eleanor was out in the world. She was a self-described not good mother. And if she didn't describe herself as that way, Sarah, her mother-in-law, reminded her constantly that she was a bad mother. In fact, it was Sarah we have to credit. Sarah said at some point, "You're not a great wife. You're a bad mother. You're a terrible cook. You can't keep house. Why don't you come with me to the Lower East Side settlement houses and do some volunteer work?" It was Sarah who got her out into the world, even if it was only to tell her she was lousy as a homemaker. And so thank you, Sarah, for being so mean that you got her into the public sphere, to which she made contributions for the next 45 years. But the kids love Sarah. And like Kate Roosevelt has told me that they were closer to Sarah than they were to either of the parents.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but at the FDR house, was it Spring Hill? Is that the name of it? No. Yeah. The bedrooms upstairs has Eleanor, FDR, and the mother right there, three together. And
this is in Hyde Park, you mean?
Hyde Park, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And then
Springwood is the name, yeah.
But also, I remember being told that she went to live in Boston or in Cambridge when he was in Harvard. And then now you talk about the fact that she bought these two houses there, connected the two of them. Wouldn't that just drive most people nuts?
FDR, who loved creative tension and competition in his administration, he liked his cabinet members to go at each other and fight things out while he watched, almost sadistically. I think he was the same kind of a family person. He got off on the tension between his wife and his mother. And I mean, he basically had two women who revered him, worshiped him. And he wasn't going to tell one of them to leave the other alone. He was going to just take full advantage of being the hero of the day. And it was a little sadistic, but that was the way he rolled, literally, unfortunately. Eleanor, she should have known from the first day. FDR and Eleanor were married in a mother-daughter townhouse in the same neighborhood as I'm talking from today. A little fancier, closer to Fifth Avenue, and a little bigger. And I think Sarah took one look at this site and said, this is for me. I'm going to build one like this and keep, with Eleanor. Now, Eleanor, she did eventually get apartments of her own. After they left in 1933, she did not come back here when her husband didn't. And Sarah lived 8 years in this house and in Hyde Park. And Eleanor made sure to rent another Upper East Side brownstone, ground floor apartment or a first floor apartment. And then she rented in the village, in Greenwich Village. So she did not come back to live here after they left for the inauguration 81 years ago.
How big is the staff that you have?
We have about 15 people who run the academic programs, who manage the house, who do public events, registration, invitations. We have a housekeeping staff. We have guards to guard the building. And we have administrative assistants who work with the heads of the academic programs, people who run student affairs, people who run academic affairs. We have a very healthy staff right now, maybe the healthiest we've ever had.
Who pays for it?
The taxpayers, in part, pay for the staff that works directly for the City University of New York, so they're paid for by CUNY. But some of our operations and staff are paid for by private donors through the Hunter College Foundation.
And you have been, your family has been New York, Queens, Brooklyn, Manhattan, your entire life.
Right.
Abraham Lincoln came from a whole different part of the world. How would you describe the differences? And when did you first go to Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois to survey his upbringing?
Yeah, I definitely had no physical connection or knowledge to Lincoln sites, but they were brought to life so vividly by writers, by films. So when did I make my first trip to Springfield? I would say it was probably 1975 or 6, when I was invited to one of those Abraham Lincoln Association symposia that I talked about. And then I became a regular viewer. I made segues to New Salem. In those days, you could go to New Salem and stay in a log cabin style motel. I think that site has kind of fallen off the path now and is sadly neglected. But, it had been neglected for years, and then the Rockefeller family rebuilt it and built the motel and saved it. It's so close to Springfield, it shouldn't be lost. And then in the, I think, now this is traceable because I wrote about it for the New York Times travel section. I did a pilgrimage with one of our daughters to the Kentucky birthplace, the second Kentucky cabin, the Indiana birthplace where they used to do plays, outdoor plays, and then crossed at Vincennes, Illinois, into the Illinois, went to the Illinois cabin. So I did that. That was the first time I did that. I think it was 92 or so.
I had this experience, and I'm bringing it up for a reason that I need you to explain it. I went to Hodgenville. This is all because of you when we first started the Lincoln Douglas stuff, and I wanted to do the same thing, travel around and see the Lincoln spots. But I remember the big mausoleum there in Hodgenville, and they said, you've got to go up there because Lincoln's cabin, his log cabin is in there. So I went up, and the guard standing there, and I said, wow, is this really Lincoln's cabin? And he said, well, no, not really. Actually, it's only 7/8 the size of the original. And I said, well, is the wood the same as the cabin? He said, well, no, not really. So in other words, you have this big mausoleum, you have this log cabin in there, and it's not Lincoln's, and it never was Lincoln. And you see this when you travel around all the time. What do you make of that, and does it matter?
Well, it matters in the sense that it would be really nice if they had preserved it and they had a chance. But this cabin was built and unbuilt so many times on tour that it got, added to, subtracted. I have no doubt people took shavings and souvenirs and chunks. It was on display in Central Park once in New York City. That couldn't have been good. So I think they did an analysis of the wood. It's not old enough, but I'll bet if they looked around, they'd find a few pieces that worked. It's now they call it the traditional log cabin. It's approximately the right size, and it fits in this overdone monument, which looks like the Lincoln Memorial on stilts, right? It's the same design, and it's high up. But it's the spot. That's the exciting thing for me. I don't care if they've reconstructed or rebuilt or reimagined the cabin. This is where Abraham Lincoln was born. You're actually on the spot. And if you remember, they called it Knob Creek because there are knobs in the ground. It is not different. There's nothing around there, at least the last time I saw it. It's as remote, almost, there's no interstate 5 miles away, but it's really gives you a sense, save for the mausoleum, of Lincoln's being there.
What's the most authentic Lincoln thing, object, place that we have now?
Well, I think I would choose the Lincoln family home, which is authentic on the scale of the White House. That is, the outside cladding is the original, save for the pieces that have been replaced. The interior the wood frame was removed, cement and steel reinstalled, the floors reinstalled to some degree. It's mostly real, and some of the furnishings are real. Lincoln's shaving mirror, one of the settees, the outline of the house is real. The rooms are where they should be. And that dates to 1842 or so. And they've done a fabulous job reimagining the street, preserving and restoring the homes around there. So more and more, it looks like a neighborhood, the Lincoln neighborhood, as it looked when Lincoln left in 1861. Lincoln's grave and monument date to 1876. I think the Indiana cabin is reasonably close to what it was. I don't remember the exact count of logs and such, but they've built a village there where kids can experience prairie life from costumed interpreters. And my kids like that. It gets them into the story. And then when they get home and we didn't have computers then, but when they get home and have central heating and air conditioning, they're very grateful for a couple of days.
You've mentioned Lerone Bennett, used to be the editor of Ebony magazine. He's been deceased for a number of years. And in the chapter in our book on Lincoln, from his interview, he says this: there has been for 135 years one of the biggest attempts in all history to hide this man and to make the man entirely different from what he was. Lincoln is a mask for certain deep-seated problems we blacks and whites have resisted and refused to deal with, particularly the problem of slavery, the problem of emancipation, and the problem of black freedom in this country. Lincoln, far from being a leader, was a man on the fence who denounced the extremists on both sides, who talked out of both sides of his mouth. That is an idea that appeals to many people, although academic people won't tell us who Lincoln was. History knows Lincoln and knows that he was a waffling, equivocating person. Many scholars are defending that image of leadership. Want to break that one down?
Where do we start? He didn't wear a mask. He was very frank. He was on the far left on black freedom and emancipation all his life. He found a way to use his military power to accomplish what no one had been close to accomplishing. He pushed through a constitutional amendment that people thought was impossible and that members of his own party had voted could not happen until the 20th century in passing a resolution for an earlier 13th Amendment. He always hated slavery. He said it a number of times. And, even if you question the timing, the delay, which of course was torture for people who were enslaved, Lincoln is the man who signed on the dotted line. And although people of color and freedom-loving people thought it's about time, half of the country was horrified when the Emancipation Proclamation was released. Lincoln's party was beaten up in the congressional elections just 2 months after he announced it. It was a politically risky, half unpopular decision. It was bold. It was brave. Could have been a fatal blow for the administration, and it could have been overturned as an executive order by a subsequent administration, which is why Lincoln so quickly embraced a constitutional amendment to put it above the executive whims. So there is a reason why people of color revered Abraham Lincoln, mourned him so deeply in 1865, continued to be loyal to the Republican Party up until 1936. The black vote went for Herbert Hoover in 1932 because the GOP was the party of Lincoln. So, as much as you wish for the best, you got a very good friend of freedom in Abraham Lincoln. And I'm not sure black freedom would have been achievable in the 19th century at all had Lincoln not had the human inclination and the political skill and will to go out on a limb as he did. It's easy to say he was insincere and late, but it's not the reality on the ground in 1861.
So if you had to tell someone who's interested where to go to see Lincoln, name 10 spots.
To see Lincoln, I would go, I'm going to name, we've said a few of them: Log Cabin, Indiana, the Illinois cabin some of which he built with his own hands for his parents, what's left of New Salem, Illinois, one stop in Springfield to see the home, the state capitol, which is, I think, almost finished with reconstruction. Not reconstruction with an R, a small R. The law office, if we ever get access to it again, the law buildings in the square outside the Capitol.
Why? What happened to access?
It was privately run for years, and it apparently wasn't sustainable. But there's a law office, and then upstairs courthouses, little tiny courtrooms that Lincoln practiced in, worn out staircases. It's very evocative. I went into an architect's office once above the grocery store and said, "Can I stand here for a minute? This is where Lincoln wrote his inaugural address." They looked at me like I was crazy, but I stayed. The Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum, as much as I fear it's de-emphasizing history for other things, it's got a great collection that's often on public view. His grave, the monument, and if you walk in the back of the monument, you can see the receiving vault with columns where his body was actually put for 10 years before they built his permanent tomb. In this beautiful Oak Ridge Cemetery which he helped. He was one of the town fathers who wanted to build a rural cemetery outside of Springfield. Okay, let me add a few more spots. Ford's Theater and the house where he died in Washington, D.C. See where the transformative event that made him a national icon occurred. And of course, the Lincoln Memorial, which reflects the sincerity of the love America finally expressed for him late in the game. It's 1922. But that's a crucial spot as well. And I would add.
What about the cottage?
Yeah, I was going to add that and then do one more, and I think then we're at about 13. The Soldiers' Home President Lincoln's cottage was his summer residence for 3 years, 62, 3, and 4, where he worked on the Emancipation, where he escaped from both the heat and the political heat of Washington, gave his wife some peace from her critics as well. And it's been restored beautifully, not furnished. It's just evocative of the period. And great stories about that house. And then I would come to New York. I would go to Cooper Union, still standing, and its auditorium, not that much changed since Lincoln delivered the speech that made him president on February 27th, 1860. And I'm sure I've left out some, but those are my prime spots. I've been to courthouses where he practiced law in Illinois. I've been to Beloit, Wisconsin, to a wreck of a second-floor room where he gave a speech in 1859. I've been to the equally distressed room over a train station in Providence, Rhode Island, where he spoke. I've been to the dormitories at the Phillips Exeter Academy, where Lincoln visited his oldest son, Robert, and asked him, like all pain-in-the-neck fathers do, why don't you play the banjo like your roommate does? Just what Robert wanted to hear. And of course, the building in West Point where he visited General Winfield Scott in 1862. If you're really passionate and manic about this, there are lots of places to go. There are still, places where he stayed when he was in the debates. And there were debate sites there. I didn't even get to those 7 Lincoln Douglas preserved debate sites. We visited them all, Brian, over the years, and you brought such renewed attention to them. And C-SPAN is responsible for the second wave of statuary that was commissioned for those sites.
Your favorite statues of Abraham Lincoln?
The Lincoln Memorial first, Daniel Chester French, seated Lincoln. Magnificent, peaceful, powerful, forgiving. Augustus St. Gaudens, full figure statue in Chicago. Lincoln as a speaker. The Emancipation Monument in Washington, D.C., controversial as it's become, a product of its time. Lincoln and a rising slave, I say, rather than a kneeling slave, holding the Emancipation Proclamation in his hand. Those emancipation statues went out of fashion, not because Lincoln was being overpraised as a great emancipator, but because white people did not want to talk about emancipation anymore because of the Jim Crow era. They wanted to talk about something amorphous like Lincoln the orator. The statue of a small bust of Lincoln by Leonard Wells Volk, made from life in 1860 and now in the Chicago History Museum. That's the one that Lincoln said, that's the animal himself. The bust by Thomas Dow Jones, which is now in Cincinnati, Lincoln said that's the critter. To a lesser degree, the statue in the Capitol Rotunda by Vinnie Ream, also an emancipation statue. I don't think she was the greatest sculptor in the world, but there it sat for state funerals, for insurrections, for visits of heads of state since the 1870s as a symbol of the man who saved the Union that the founders had created.
What about the statue near Westminster in London? And is there still a statue of Lincoln and Alexander II in Russia?
Yeah, there is one. I've never seen the one in Russia. The one in Parliament Square is a copy of the Chicago statue. It originally was going to be a rough-hewn statue by George Gray Barnard, which shows Lincoln looking down, wearing big boots. Robert Lincoln hated that statue. He thought it made his father look like a prairie primitive. So they moved it to Scotland, and they put a St. Gaudens reproduction in. Now, if you want to see a great statue in Parliament Square, look at the Churchill statue that's right nearby. Churchill as a bent old man. It's one of the greatest, I think, public statues of a modern leader. I'm trying to think what other public statues I really love. I don't like the one in Bennington, Vermont, with two people lying at Lincoln's knees. Um, I, yeah, I mean, I'm writing about Lincoln sculpture now, so it's I don't love the one that Sarah Fisher Ames did. That's right outside the Senate Minority Whip's office on the second floor, right outside the galleries to the Senate. But Lincoln posed for it from life, and it wasn't entirely successful.
What about the statue of Lincoln standing next to the horse at the cottage?
Well, there are lots of new. I'm not talking about the new ones. That one's good. There's one in Richmond with Lincoln seated on a bench. There is another of Lincoln seated outside of the visitor center at Gettysburg. I will tell you one. I know people are going to get mad at me that I don't like. It's called the Visitor. It's outside the Wills House in Gettysburg, where Lincoln stayed the night before the Gettysburg Address. And it's Lincoln showing the Wills House, waving his arm, standing next to someone wearing a cable knit sweater who looks like Andy Williams. So I call it Lincoln and Andy Williams, but it's such a big deal in Gettysburg. I hate to badmouth it. Oh, by the way, left out Gettysburg from our list of must-see spots. Go to the Soldiers Cemetery in Gettysburg, where Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address, and look at the simple majesty of those U-shaped rows of graves of both identified and unknown soldiers who died at the Battle of Gettysburg.
We are close to 5 hours of this discussion, and in order to get to close to the end, I want to ask you about, no doubt, one of the most fun things you've done over the years, and that is be involved with celebrities and movies and documentaries and on and on. I'll just leave it at that and ask you to tell us what are some of your memories in that world.
Well, on the movie side, I was tapped to be the historical consultant to Steven Spielberg's Lincoln. And although most of my recommendations and admonitions were left unheeded, for which they got into a little trouble, it was, great fun being involved and getting to meet and know the brilliant Tony Kushner, who wrote the screenplay. I was banned from the set, so I did not get to watch the movie being made. Apparently, Daniel Day-Lewis did not think that there should be 3 bearded people on the set, modern people who tended to wear baseball caps, and he already had Kushner and Spielberg, so Holzer was told to stay home. But Daniel Day-Lewis later told me, "You've been with me every step of the way." And I said, in my usual way, "Not that I noticed, but if you say so." Years before that, in 1990-something, I was asked by the New York Times to write about Gore Vidal's Lincoln, which was being filmed also in Richmond, Virginia. That's where Lincoln was filmed. And would I go down and talk about history as it translates to film? And we'll set up an interview with you and Sam Waterston, who's playing Lincoln, and Mary Tyler Moore, who's playing Mary Lincoln. My first reaction was, "Mary Tyler Moore, be still my heart. I'm there." She was not really very friendly, I'm sad to say. But Sam Waterston, we just hit it off, and we've been very good friends ever since. And I didn't write lovingly of the play, of the enterprise, and Gore Vidal began attacking me in print, so it's an interesting experience. And then Mary Tyler Moore was filming a commercial. Actually, it was a diabetes public service announcement. She was diabetic, and she did the commercial in our state offices because it was a beautiful office and it offered free access for the New York filming group. And she summoned me before her and said, I knew we shouldn't have allowed you on the set. That was her final word to me. But I soon wrote a program for Sam and me to do. He wanted to do a program to raise money for his library in Connecticut, his home library. So I wrote this program where I would show pictures of Lincoln and set the stage for events in his life, and Sam would read the words of Lincoln. Well, it was a real hit. And we went on to do it at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. We did it for George H.W. Bush to raise money for his library. He recommended it to the younger President Bush. We did it at the White House. It's on C-SPAN. On Lincoln's birthday. It was exciting. We did it at the Clinton Library. We did it at Ford's Theater, and we did it at the Library of Congress. We did it for years. And then I've done the same program with Richard Dreyfuss, with Stephen Lang, great actors, and with Liam Neeson. Actually, a different program, but another Lincoln program with Liam Neeson and Holly Hunter when they were auditioning to be Lincoln and Mary in the Spielberg film. So that's one side of it. I have actor friends for whom, with whom I'm close, and and I'm a writer, so I'm always thinking of programs we can take to the road. I'm also a ham, so I also write myself into the programs. But I guess my interest in the acting community began way back when we had our local newspaper. It was 3 blocks away from the old Tavern on the Green in Central Park. And Fabergé, the perfume company, I know this is sounding like it's not connected, decided to give an award called the Straw Hat Awards to actors who had been on the summer acting circuit in the New York region. Now, this made no sense because there was no such circuit that still lived in the region, but it was just an excuse for one of Fabergé's board members to do events with his friends. And the board member was Cary Grant. So for 3 years in a row, we went to this event as editors of the local newspaper with Cary Grant and all of his buddies who came to participate in this event. So my wife and I got to interview and meet Cary Grant, Jimmy Stewart, Bette Davis, Gloria Swanson. It was endless. Everyone who had been in 1930s movies was at these events, and Edith and I were very starstruck. I more than she. And now the people in the acting community are much more civically involved, so we can get them to Roosevelt House to do events. So we've had, in recent years, Jane Fonda on tax abatement for tips for restaurant workers, which now is a thing that both parties embrace. Maybe Trump and MAGA more than the Democratic Party. We had Meryl Streep last year doing a performance of Eleanor Roosevelt. We've had Stephen Lang here. We've had Richard Dreyfuss here. There are, activists, Allison Janney and others who have come through and participated with the Human Rights Program. I try to keep this separate from my own celebrity passion, but New York is a great place to hang out if you love movie stars, because all you have to do is walk up and down Park Avenue near the Armory, and you'll see, Woody Allen, and Robert De Niro lives down the block, and it's fun. It's fun.
But go to the documentaries for a moment.
Oh, I'm sorry, I left that.
No, it's all right. But we as you know, we have 200 appearances of yours in the C-SPAN archives. But in addition to that, there's tons of Lincoln on YouTube. And then there have been documentaries like the CNN documentary that you participated in and others. Is there one out of that group that's your favorite?
My favorite documentary experience, I'm not saying this because you're here and holding up a note reminding me. No, you're really. But the documentary that we did on the White House and for which you interviewed me in the White House was the best experience. Even though someone yelled a correction through the room, which has happened twice during our interviews over the decades, that was a thrill. not only to talk about Lincoln and the Lincolns in the White House, but to be on the second floor of the White House and talk about it. That was by far the most exciting. And that was a great
in the so-called Lincoln bedroom.
In the bedroom.
Yeah.
Which in the day was the room where Lincoln had his office. There was no Oval Office. That was his office. Bill Clinton toured me through that room a few years earlier, but it was the Bush administration that gave us access, and that was a thrill. The CNN documentary, I enjoyed doing, the recent one. I was a little, I thought that the point of view was a little sensationalized, that, it was all about the failure of Lincoln's egalitarian vision to take hold, meaning Jim Crow, the civil rights movement. Doris Goodwin did a History Channel documentary. It was really a docudrama with a Lincoln portrayer who's very good, by the way. I've since invited him to Gettysburg to give the Gettysburg Address. His name is Graham Sibley. I enjoyed doing the Doris one, although I never got to see Doris. And it was done during COVID, so I had to have a invasive COVID test for 3 days in a row. They were very careful in those days. But I've done them for the BBC and others. I've done assassination ones. I did some early ones. I've done them for years and years.
What about the Coonhart family and all the documentaries they've done over the years?
Yeah, I've known almost every generation of the Coonharts except for the original Frederick Hill Meserve, who was the legendary garment center businessman who noticed a bunch of glass on the street. Asked what they were, he was told they were negatives, glass negatives, from the Levi Handy operation. And he recognized the name of Levi Handy as Matthew Brady's nephew. So he said, "May I have these?" And he began the greatest rescue operation of Civil War photographs in American history.
It's and there's no great crescendo here. It's time to give your life back.
What have I left out? I can't think of anything I've left out.
Well, there's always tomorrow.
I wasn't kidding when I said earlier that the thing that strangers say most often to me is not, "I loved your book." And yes, if you're on Morning Joe, the next 3 days, people say, "I saw you on Morning Joe." But it's just the experience and the privilege of having been, in discussion or had my talks recorded and broadcast on C-SPAN over the years. That's the thing that people know. And writers can connect with books, but they have to, these days particularly, and I don't even know if there'll be books in 10 years, but whatever there is, you still have to reach people directly. And C-SPAN just has given so many historians so many opportunities, and I'm just very grateful for it. I know people used to call on the show in the morning on Washington Journal, and the first thing they'd say is, "Thank you for C-SPAN." So I would just want to say thank you for C-SPAN too.
Well, thank you. But I have to say that over the years, you've helped us because we don't have ratings. And you would feed back to us, "The doorman just said he saw me last night," or "the taxi cab driver," or whatever.
Yeah.
That was an informal way to know that there were people.
It's harder today. There are people who don't turn on the TV sets at all, that are just looking at their phones and seeing heaven knows what. Our kind of universal classroom, whether it's as teachers or public speakers or broadcasters, is changing, and I don't think it's widening. We don't have a living room for America anymore.
Last question. Outside of Abraham Lincoln, do you have somebody in your life that you will always put up on a pedestal and remain your favorite individual, mentor, leader?
Well, FDR, even before I got here, but now, being in the place where he learned to walk again with braces, being in the room where our green room is his transition headquarters, the room where he agreed to do Social Security. It's pretty inspiring. So he's there. There's always Mickey Mantle. My youth ended when he retired in 1969. He was a real hero to me. Just loved him. I was walking in the Javits Center in New York to Book Expo. I don't know what year it was, maybe 2005 when I had Cooper Union. And I turned to my left, and there was a guy who was not much taller than I, maybe 5'10". And he was walking along, and I looked at him and I said, "You're Mickey Mantle." And he said, "I know." My brush with the real hero of my youth, who I worshipped. So that's another one. That really, I mean, for kids, John Kennedy was a hero because he was just, the moment that our fathers and grandfathers were no longer in charge of the world, but someone who could have been an older brother, really not, but, young and dynamic and change and politics and excitement and participation. He was a real hero to us in 1960. And then we learned that life had cruel endings just 3 years later. So there was a growing up experience as well.
Well, Harold Holzer, thank you for the 5 hours. But more importantly, thank you for bringing Lincoln to C-SPAN and 30 years of learning.
And thank you for bringing C-SPAN to Lincoln.
Well, this is the reward you have for being involved in a project like this. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you always, Brian.
Harold Holzer is an American historian and author. You can listen to more interviews with him by searching his name in the C-SPAN video library at c-span.org.